streaming. Guys, anyone can open Christian Prince account and see if there's a streaming coming there? Anyone see anything? Let me go to my page, see if there's something there. No streaming? Because supposedly I started. Oh, it's working. Here we go. My voice is coming.
Most special relationship.
I heard myself. Hold on, where is the voice coming from? You are alive. Yeah, we are streaming, but somehow it's coming small. I don't know why. Why is that? Let us see. The size is not coming accurate. I'm not sure why. You are alive. Okay. But for some reason the room appears smaller than I think I need to increase it here. Okay. No new book yet. I'm working in the German one, but because I have difficulty with the, it's already translated, but I have a problem with the way the translation is done. The file is giving me a really hard time. Otherwise, it should be ready for a long time. Anyone can see the podcast and Christian Prince account? Or not yet? Not yet? Because on my side it says not yet. How come? From my side it says streaming. And even I heard myself. I see your text running in the. That's weird. Let us see here what's happening. Okay. If we go to live event, edit. Okay, view watch page. Okay, this is the link. Christian Prince is streaming now. But there's nothing there. How is streaming? There's nothing there. In the other page it says you are streaming, you are live. Live stream. What? To start. Going crazy here. That's weird. So what is this here? Video output law. Look like the debate if we have a debate. Okay, we have somebody there. Here we go. Kim is in the chat room. Do you see the screen, guys? Anyone can see the screen running there? There's no screen? But Kim is in the chat. So how there's no screen running, there's no video, and chat is running. Strange. I don't know why they stopped Hangout on air. Okay, it says 3 watching now, but I don't see a video. Maybe we're streaming just audio now? No, doesn't make sense. Window capture. Okay, let us see, let us add window capture. Firefox, no. Paltalk, okay, so now it should work. Before, let us see. Sorry guys, I know this is annoying, but I'm just trying to figure out why this thing is not working. Okay. Anyone see anything? You see it's showing? Okay, that's good. Okay, hallelujah. Finally. Oops, man. But I hope this Hangout will come back soon because using this program take too much bandwidth of my internet. Do we have any Abdul here? Now we're back to business. Do we have any Abdul? Any Abdul? No Abdul? I mean, seriously, what is life without Abdul? Think about it. Imagine Christian Prince, what he would do if there's no Abdul, if there's no Muhammad. The most smart prophet who discovered things nobody knows. I mean, how in the world will we notice that the black dog is the devil? That's astonishing. That's a very amazing discovery. Yeah, but you know they changed the way they do it. They used to do it always with Hangout on air, which is a lot easier. But now it's not working no more. They took Hangout on air. I don't know why. Google is not doing it no more. So do we have any Abdul? Any Muslim? Any proud Muslim? I don't know what happened to Nightmare. You never know. Maybe his wife, she killed him. She's a Moroccan. Moroccan women, they put poison to their husband. They are #1 women in the world who put poison to the husband. Did you hear about the Moroccan women? They found her, I think, in France, in the airport. She have the stomach of her husband and his kidney and his heart in her back. Anyone saw the news? Yeah, she took his kidney and his stomach and his oh, you know what she did? She chopped his chest and his belly, and she took everything off and put it in the garbage bag. And she said when she arrived at the airport, she said her husband died, and she is not sure why he died. And doctors in Morocco are stupid, so she wanted to give those things to doctors in France so they can find out, which makes sense. No, guys. This guy. This is not a debate. First, let me make it clear. We will not debate Aqil. I am going to spank him. That is not a debate. He's a kid. All right, and we will do it in Skype. However, we will have YouTube running, and you can hear us, and we will have fun. I'm sure what? We will do it in Skype. Yeah, he will do it in Skype. Yeah, well, if he didn't show up, that would be a shame. He will be more stupid than he is. Actually, this is I'm trying to work hard to make the software work because we want to broadcast on YouTube. This way we can have it recorded. And at the same time, people, they enjoy it on YouTube. Why you want my Skype? I add only female Muslims in my Skype. This is why I added Akil. Any Abdul here? What do you have to do? You will hear it here anyway. Just come to the chat room. What you will do is Skype. What I think about building the wall. Do you like to have fence around your house? Do you like to have a fence around your house? Be honest. Do you like? Okay, well, I like to have a fence around my country too. To be sure, no criminals, no drugs. The good ones will not come through the borders anyway. Good ones will come from the door. All right? Only criminals will go because they are worried to drive in the normal way. The normal way is the easiest way. You drive in your car, you pass, it's easy and it's fun and that's it. But because you know that you are criminals, then you will pass in the wrong way. Or you are not welcome. Either way. Vish, no camera in our room, please. No camera, please. Any Muslim here? Do you know how much drugs is coming to USA from Mexico? You see, people, they are really weird. Those liberals, because whatever Trump he would do, it doesn't matter what he do. Even if he kissed their shoes, they will hate him because they lost. As simple as that. Otherwise, what he did, he should be done long time ago. But because all of them, they are scumbag, not only Republican, not only Democrat, Republican too. Like, where is George Bush when he was a president? Why he did not do it? Why we have to wait 300 years to have a border? Since when a country had no border? We send our troops to protect all countries around the world. And we can protect our own? Isn't it funny? We have almost 2 million soldiers active duty. And we can protect our borders? We send army to train Iraqi citizen, Afghani citizen. We send army everywhere. We have army in Japan. We have army in every ocean, and yet our border is open. This is the most stupid thing ever, right? No, I did not post a link in Facebook. Let me see. I guess I should post a link. Let us see. Life. All right, now I see the link here. Let us post it in Facebook. Yeah, because most of people now, they are waiting for us in the other account, Arabian Prophet. And now we are using Christian Prince, an account I did not use for a long time. Amazon.com, forget about it. Facebook. Okay, here we go on Facebook. We will post. A visible man, don't say that, otherwise I will bounce you. Don't insult Jesus. Don't compare him to any man in this earth. That's not nice of you. I know you don't mean it maybe, but this is not really good. This is exactly the same crime people they said about Obama, the filthy Obama. Obama is the Messiah. You remember? That is a crime against Christ, my friend. Don't do what they do, and don't say what they say. Okay. Some people, they are saying live stream is starting soon. I thought it's already on. Look like I created 2 live stream without knowing. And people, they are going the wrong place. All right. That's perfect. Let me see what's happening. Oh, Lord have mercy. Yeah, for some reason I have 2 events, but I should have only one. One, it's called Why ISIS. This one is not working, but this is supposedly the one I created to start. So what's happening now? Which unbelievable. Okay, let me see. This one and this one. This one is called Christian Prince Livestream. But this is not the one I created. What's wrong with you two? I created a different video with different name. It's called Why ISIS. Oh boy. Even this is the only one event in my YouTube page. So how the other one appeared that Christian Prince is streaming? This is weird and stupid. Yeah, but this is not the stream I created. I don't know why this is happening here. Live stream. Look like I need to change the name here. All right. And where you save it? I have no idea. This is really weird. Did the name change of the video? Okay, now the name changed. Well, what we can do, like the other account is, we have now a problem there. We cannot do podcasting, so we're using Christian Prince. Anyway, do we have any Abdul? Do we have any Abdul here? Any Muslim? No Muslim? That's wonderful. That means there's no Muslim left. I mean, what more you want than this? No Muslim left. Debate Adam Saleh. Who is Adam Saleh? What he do for a living? Who is this guy? And where is he? Let him come over. Please think the mic is yours.
Hello everybody, good to see you, CP. Adam Saleh is just an internet guy who pretends to be he thinks he's a Muslim. Basically, he's just trying to make money on YouTube, just like the rest of Muslims. And these imams who get rich, all they're doing is they're using Islam to make money. Just like the Saudi Arabia, they need to have all these Muslims killing each other because that means they will stay in power. The people in power will stay in power and they will use Islam. So if Islam dies, these people no longer will be in power and Saudi Arabia will become a democracy. I'm hoping to see that so-called Akil guy, whatever his name is, who thinks he's gonna destroy your Christian prince. Allah willing, he's gonna destroy you. But I think that guy obviously is not gonna turn up. He's gonna have another excuse. Maybe his internet will run out and something will happen, or it will be the prayer time that he has to pray and he won't be busy. He will be too busy. Not just like him. Shabir Ali, he ran away obviously, and he used the opportunity that day to say that he will never debate you, because Muslims cannot debate. How can these so-called scholars or these people debate when Muhammad himself couldn't debate? He couldn't debate people. Look, all I want to say is that I've been over the moon with Trump winning. There's been change. There's been good change. So I'm quite excited. Also, we've seen how hypocrites these so-called liberals, who have had, did you see that protest in Germany where the woman was singing Allahu Akbar or all this stuff? And these Muslim women wearing the hijabs in protests? What a bunch of hypocrites. And it's crazy, it's madness. So we've seen how mad he has been. And I've been over the moon because these people are being exposed. I've been over the moon because we no longer have a Muslim and a Muslim president who was bringing all these Muslim taqiyya into the White House, into the USA government, and that is gone. And hopefully this will change. So I hope it's a good change. I personally think God intervened because he was going in the wrong direction. I think it would have meant, if he went any longer, it would have meant end for USA. And I think it would have meant a war with Russia. That is my personal belief. I'm not a prophet. I'm not prophesying. But that's my personal belief. Not necessarily that Trump is a Christian in that, but God can use anybody. And I think God intervened for his people. I think God heard people's prayers and God intervened and put him out of against all odds. How many times from the beginning, even before he was about to run, they were laughing at him. There's loads of videos. Everybody was laughing at him. He's not going to make it. All the media against him. But he made it. And I think he's already made changes. I believe Mike Pence, he is a Christian. I think he says certain things which I think he's somewhat a Christian. I don't know him that much. So I think it's a good change. And what I saw inauguration that, USA is back to a Christian country, no longer being run by Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the interest of Qatar in that. So is a good thing. And I'm quite happy with what's been happening. We've been able to expose some of these so-called feminists and leftists in all of this, who've been protesting about the woman right in relation to abortion. But one thing I want to say is that an abortion is not, they keep talking about woman's body, right? But woman's body, the fetus in a woman is not a woman's body. That is a fetus on its own. So imagine if you swallow, say, something on your body. It doesn't mean that is your body. You just swallowed something inside. And these women, they made a choice of having sex with somebody, knowing that they may get pregnant. And unfortunately, just because you made a bad choice, you cannot make another worse choice to go and get rid of the baby. And obviously, it's difficult for those that have done it. And so I'm not having a go at somebody. I believe God can forgive any sin. So I'm not condemning anybody. But it's ridiculous to claim that it is my body when women say, oh, it's my body, I can do whatever I want. Because one thing I want to say is that a woman, a fetus has been born, has been proven to be born and exist, well, to stay alive, I think from something like 24 weeks or something, or younger than that, even 21 weeks. We've had babies born at 21 weeks. At 21 weeks, they've been alive, they've stayed alive. So fetus, it means that you can stay even at a younger age. So, but in England, you can kill a baby at 6 weeks. So this is what I'm trying to say. Anyways, hope you have a blessed weekend. I pray that you all will continue to do the works of the Lord. Do not sleep. You have a job to do. It's very important, not just CP. Everybody needs to work. You need to have Christ in your life on a daily basis. The works, to think about Christ. We are God's people, and the God's people are there to provide love. And by providing love, we need to tell the truth. We need to tell what Islam is, the evils of Islam is. We need to tell the people the truth. The perfect love, John said, cast out fear. So the perfect love cast out fear. God bless. Amen. Thank you, CP. I look forward to hearing you.
All right, thank you. Well, you know, the funny that those people, they rejected Trump. He did not even take the office. Even a second day after he took the office, they strike and they protest. And a week before, they broke cars and they attack Bank of America. I mean, like, what the Bank of America have to do with Trump? And they burn cars of people and they attack grocery stores. And, you know, obviously, they are a bunch of savage, out of order, and they are communists who they are angry. And, you know, the only way to treat such a kind of anger is to order the army to go in the street and capture every scumbag breaking windows, breaking cars, because those cars are not owned by Trump. And nobody have the right to burn cars. And yet they speak that they are accusing Trump followers of violence. You believe it? So obviously those people, they are going mad because they lost everything. And this guy, he beat the hell of them, and they have no idea what to do. And live with it. You like him, you don't like him, he is the president, and he will be your president for the coming 8 years. And if Trump, he says tomorrow, I want 100 million to go in the street, I will be the first to be out. So don't you think that's like, if you can have 200, 300,000, a bunch of gays and lesbians in the street, it means you are the only one who live in America. We are in America too. And we will not go and burn cars, for we are not savage like you. We love this country. We will not burn the American flag. We will not burn anyone's car. We will not hit anyone. We will not attack anyone, for we are true American. And you, the one who do that, are a bunch of savage, garbage, stupid idiots. Yet you claim to be an American. You give a very bad image of America when you are doing that. But we understand you are not American. You hate America. They burned the American flag. Honest to God, if I am the president, I will make a law immediately saying anyone who burned the American flag, we will strip him from his citizenship, and we will send him free shipping and handling to Afghanistan. As simple as that. You burn the American flag, you don't deserve to be an American. You don't deserve to have a passport of America. You don't have to deserve to have to do anything with America. You hate it, don't you? Get out of here. Like those actors, they say, if Trump he won, I'm going to move to Canada. Move to Canada. Move anywhere you want. Well, who's holding you? Get out. And you know, just to show you how Trump is a good guy. I'm not saying about him as a good guy, he is the perfect guy. Nobody is a perfect anyway. All of us, we are sinners, and all of us, we do bad and we do good. This guy is different from all the ones we heard their speeches in the election. He did not even continue a week in the office. He did almost 10% of what he promised, and the most important things. This guy, the second day in the office, he starts signing law. He starts doing what he promised to do. Everything he said, people, they said, oh, this is election thing, you know. He will not build the wall. He will not ban immigration. He will not have, etc. He cannot force Mexico to pay for the wall. But he cannot change the health insurance. He cannot. The guy, he's not even there for a week. He did what Obama did not, will never be able to do in 50 years. For this is a real man. And they hate him for he is real. Those people, they are used to a bunch of scumbag liars who they say what everybody like to hear. And what we like to hear is not what will happen. Trump, he say what he will do, not what people like to hear. What he promised to do, and that's why we elected him, not like, you know, speeches is very cheap. I can make a speech, I can promise you all things you want. And let me tell you something very important, maybe people are not aware. All the propaganda against Trump is supported by George Soros, and Saudi Arabia and Qatar. Because Trump is going to destroy the businesses of those people. If you notice, during Obama time, the American companies, when they discovered this new shelling oil stuff, Saudi Arabia get terrified, and their economy was collapsing, and it's collapsing. Nothing changed. And working with Obama, they added a lot of regulation in on way of those companies to produce oil, so they can stop them, and they sponsor a lot of propaganda. So American companies who produce oil will stop and they will lose. And they start telling people, making tons of advertising, shelling oil will cause cancer, earthquake, water poison, pollution, blah, 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 blah. And people get scared. And city after city, they start voting against it. There's tons of videos on YouTube recorded secretly about Saudi Arabia hiring American team paid by the Saudi to spread the propaganda that this kind of oil is very dangerous for America and for the health of the American. And the win of Trump is a disaster for those countries, because Trump, he will take all those regulations and he will unleash the power of oil pumping from the ground. And America already is #1 oil producer. And this is not for the benefit of many. This is why, you know, people, they think it's just something local, like, you know, a bunch of they like, you see in the news that the most unpopular president is Trump. That's false. That's absolutely false. But they want you to believe that this is a local issue. The fact have nothing to do with America. It have to do with the enemies of America. They are trying to lead the population to make them reject Trump and to make him the enemy of USA, so maybe we can get rid of him even after he won. It's all about money. Those countries will lose a lot. The oil price, you know, OPEC, they just met 2 weeks ago, and they decided to lower the production of oil. And the reason they did that meeting, actually, it was because Trump, he won the election, trying their best to lower the production so they can increase the price. At the same time, they will be able to control the market, because simply there's a lot of contract to be signed and already signed, and people they get away from their market, the American companies, because because of Trump, because of Obama, they are not in the market no more. He shut them down one by one, one after one. And now the coming of Trump is going to cause a disaster. So they wanted to earn money as much as they can before Trump he unleash all the oil companies to produce oil. And then the oil will be very cheap. And if the oil became very cheap, Saudi Arabia is bankrupt. Actually, it's bankrupt already. Emirat, Bahrain, Qatar, all those countries are terrified because of Trump. And not only the oil, there's many other issues which is terrifying them. The other issue is Trump, he will have good relationship with the Russian. And if he have a good relationship with the Russian, the Muslims, they will lose their honeymoon with America. Because we do not need the Muslims no more. We know for the last 50, 60 years, American was supporting Saudi. Why? Because we want to fight the Soviet Union. Soviet Union is gone. Then the American propaganda, which is driven by Soros and his gang, that the Russians still they are our enemy. So we start supporting the enemy of the Russian in Chechnya, in everywhere. And the Russian, we force them to support our enemy in Iran. So having good relationship with the Russian, it's mean those who play between, they can't play games no more, because the Russian and the American, they became friends. Iran, as an example, will not get the benefit of Russia no more, because the Russian, they will not bother to lose their relationship with America for the sake of Iran. But because before we support the enemy of Russia, so the Russian support our enemies. The other issue, Turkey. You know, Turkey is a big problem in Europe and in the Middle East. And this Turkey, since the Muslim Brotherhood took over, they wanted to control the whole Middle East by the help of Obama. And this is not a secret. Obama, he hired Muslim Brotherhood in the White House. He supported the first president of the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt. You know, when Hosni Mubarak, he lost, or he was still a president, Obama, he gave him 24 hours to leave his chair so the Muslim Brotherhood will take over. They knew they are going to win the election. They drive the election for the Muslim Brotherhood, because their dream was they will make Turkey, Syria, Jordan, Egypt, Libya, Muslim Brotherhood empire. And if you remember, the ambassador of America, USA, who was killed in Benghazi, he was killed for what? And why? Because he was supplying the Muslim Brotherhood with arms. Only the Muslim Brotherhood. So other militant groups who hate the Muslim Brotherhood, they killed him. He is making their opposition, or let us say there's a competition in the field between Muslims there, supporting the Muslim Brotherhood only. And the arm, it stay either some of it stay in Libya and some of it goes right away to Syria. And this is why they will not tell you even why the ambassador was there. We don't have really an embassy in Benghazi. And all the ambassador of the whole world, they left the country. So what our ambassador doing there? He was doing all deals with the Muslim Brotherhood. Hillary Clinton, she met only one person from Libya. That person is the head of the Muslim Brotherhood. Now, that being said, the worry is Trump, he will not the Muslim Brotherhood flourish as before. Actually, right now they are discussing that Trump is going to consider the Muslim Brotherhood as terrorist group. Did you hear me, guys? Is that correct? Right? So this is their worry too. Qatar is very worried about the decision of Trump, because if Trump decides the Muslim Brotherhood is a terrorist group, then any country who sponsor them, any country who host them, any country who donate for them will consider as enemies to USA, and that means Qatar will be in the top of the list. Otherwise, they have to kick every Muslim Brotherhood, and they have to obey, and that is another worry. Same as the Turkish. The Turkish worry if Trump decide to consider the Muslim Brotherhood terrorist, because Erdogan himself is a Muslim Brotherhood. So there is many reasons to fight Trump, and most of Americans, they think it's just about Trump. He said that he want to grab the private part of a woman. This is what they think. You know, Americans are, most of them are naive, you know. But what you can say, you know, people, they are stupid and weird. How are you, Constantine? How are you? You still taking drugs, Constantine? Do you still taking drugs? Why a Muslim like you change his name and he come with the Constantine the Great? Do we have any Abdul here? Any Abdul? Anyone? No Abdul. Yeah, so the story is a lot bigger than what those people are trying to tell you. Just about Trump, he said something about women. Trump, he don't respect women. You know, this is garbage. This is garbage. You know, we are not hiring Trump to be our priest or to be our church minister. All those presidents, you know, like, I mean, guys, open your TV station every 5 seconds. Is that correct, or I'm lying? Is that true? So why they are saying from the guys saying such a word if they are saying it every day? Don't worry, people, they can publish whatever they want. So when Muslims and the left, they take one side against Trump, that alone should raise tons of questions. How the enemies of America, they take the side of the good guys. You know what I mean? If the left are the good guys and Trump and his supporters are the bad guys, how those who believe that everyone is an infidel should be killed, they take their side? It doesn't make sense. You know, I said that many times, that anyone, Muslims, they vote for him, it's meaning he is a scumbag. All what you need to, don't believe me, no problem, don't believe me. Go and open the Quran right now and see what the Quran teach. The Quran teach that anyone is not a Muslim is an animal. He is not even a human. He is not even worse to dogs. And even the Quran call us najis. Najis means filthy, filth. So why the Muslims, they take the side with the left if the left are good? And look, this is how funny it is. The left who prostrate against Trump, they are gays and lesbian and pro-abortion. And the Muslims are against the three, and they will kill them all. So how the Muslim, they side with them, it doesn't make sense. Correct? You know what I'm saying? Gays and lesbian and Muslims are protesting together. The Muslim, they throw gays from the top of the high building, as what the religion told them to do. They kill the lesbians. So how they can side with them doesn't make sense. But because the Muslims, they hate America, and they will side with anyone who will destroy America. You see, Trump, he says, America first. Muslims, they don't have Muslim first. They have only Muslims. There's no second and third. They have only Muslims and Islam. And the rest of the world should be demolished. And this is why I say clearly, Islam is nothing but a fascist religion. You remember the hadith where Muhammad, he said, which is actually a verse from the Quran, chapter number 3, verse number 110, that you are the best nation of mankind? How the Muslim give interpretation for this verse? The best nation, as the hadith shows, here we go, thank you, Neo. The best nation because you go and attack your neighbors and attack every human being and you bring them with the chains around their neck. This is what Muslims believe. So if the Muslims believe they are the best nation, so how they can side with lesbian and gays? When they believe that gays and lesbians should be killed according to the religion. The Muslims always take one side, and that side is the side of the devil. Just remember that always. The side of the devil. Muslims do not have citizenship, and they will never carry one. They are Muslims. They believe they are one nation, and citizenship is Islam. So when you see them in the protest, some of those, women wearing the American flag as a hijab, this is nothing but taqiyya, literally taqiyya. Taqiyya means protection, which means we want to fool those Americans, make them believe that we are American. Muslims will never ever be American. Not because I don't want them to be, absolutely not, but because this is what they believe. This is what every Muslim individual believes, that he have only one citizenship, and that citizenship is the citizenship of Islam. This is why you will find someone from Pakistan, he put his nose in the politics of Saudi Arabia or in Syria. This is why you go to Syria, you don't find Syrian fighting. You find the Afghani, you find Pakistani, you find the Indian Muslim, you find American Muslim, you find Chinese Muslim, because they consider themselves one nation. They are going to fight in Syria for who and for what? They are not Syrian. Why a Chinese guy is coming from China? Why a guy from Chechnya coming, he leave his house and he come to fight and die in Syria? Because those people believe that they are one people who they are called Muslims, and that is their citizenship. The name of the land is not the important, it is Islam. So all of us, we want to go and fight for the sake of Allah, which they call jihad, so they can bring victory to Islam. And citizenship, it doesn't count. Like, who is the head of the head of Islamic State? The head of the Islamic State, his name is al-Baghdadi. Where is he from? He's from Iraq. What his target? What his target? Is it he wants Iraq? No. He wants Syria only? No. He wants Saudi Arabia, he wants Emirat, he wants Bahrain, he wants Italy, he wants Rome, he wants Spain, he wants even the White House. Because this is what Islam is about. Muhammad, he said, I've been ordered to fight all the people until they convert to Islam by saying the Shahada, and they pray as we pray, and they slaughter as we slaughter, and they fast as we fast, and they pay the zakat, the money is very important, and then and only then I will stop shedding their blood. And that is exactly the dream of every Muslim. This is the constitution. You see the Muslim, they say to you, the pillars of Islam. All of you, you heard of the pillars of Islam, right? The pillars of Islam is false. It's not exist. The true pillars of Islam is what Muhammad said. I've been ordered to fight all the people until they say the Shahada, and they pray as we pray, and to pray to the direction we pray, and they fast as we fast, and they slaughter as we slaughter, and they pay the zakat, and then and only then, that is the constitution. The rest is a fabrication. Muhammad, he decide what he wants, what his target. The target is to invade the whole world and to force people to do what he wants. And what he wants is to convert to Islam, is to bow down to the cult god Allah, and to say Muhammad is a prophet. You like it, you don't like it, who cares? Actually, Muhammad, he said that clearly in the Quran, that it's not important if you believe in Allah or not. What important is to convert to Islam. How Jesus called himself God by using the name of Allah. No, you know, the names of Allah, by the way, those are fabrication. There's nothing is called the names of Allah. You see, those Muslims, they have nothing but fabrication. All their religion is fabrication. Like when the Muslim, they say to you, our God have names, have 99 names. And then you ask them questions about these names, you will find that those names are not exist. Because a name should be given to God, should be a name, not a description. But yet they call them names. However, when I made a video about Jesus, proving Jesus from the names of what Muslims they call names, because Muslims they say to you, where Jesus said I'm God. So if I show them from the Bible tons of verses, they will say it doesn't say that. Where you get this from? You know, it doesn't mean that, and maybe it means something else, and etc. You know, like if you go to John chapter 20 verse 28, and you say Thomas, he answered the Messiah, and he said to him, my Lord, my God. The Muslim will say to you, well, you are the one who put the verse there. Then you say, okay, you know what? When the Bible says in John 10, Jesus, he said, I am in the I and the Father are one. He will say to you, well, you are the one who wrote the gospel. So it doesn't matter what you show them. They will say to you, it's your gospel. We don't believe in it. So I made that video because Muslims then they cannot say they don't believe in the Quran, right? So when Jesus he said, I am the resurrection, is he announcing himself to be God? Yes, he is. He's saying I'm God. Because a man, he cannot be the resurrection, and he cannot resurrect anyone. A man is a dead man. We are alive today, we are dead tomorrow. How Jesus can be the resurrection unless he is the resurrection? How Jesus can be the way and the door? How he can be the life? So when the Muslims they came, they say Jesus did not say I'm God, they are being stupid. Actually, we always can prove that Jesus is God from the Quran. However, next Sunday we will have we will have a debate. It's a spanking debate, not the debate really. And we will have fun. And we will have the first hour speaking about this topic, and we will have a lot of fun. Alfano. How are you, Alfano? What do you want to say? Your mic.
I think I want to say this. No, seriously, that wait, I just got invited somewhere. I'm not going. The thing that I say was, forget it. Just give me 1 second, okay? I wanted to say that, well, basically, you talked about there being labels, right? Descriptions and labels. But if you were to say that God is the Son and the Spirit, these are the second thing I wanted to say was this. This is my amazing argument in favor.
Alfano, I don't understand a word of what you are saying. Your voice is cutting. Fix it. Anyone understand what he's saying? Or it's cutting only for me? Is it cutting for me only? Alright, go ahead, try again.
All right, cool. So the second argument, okay, and this was my most amazing argument for Islam, okay? My second argument.
I did not hear your first argument first. What was your first argument?
Okay, so my first argument was a counter argument, okay? And my counter argument was, you said that these were descriptions in Islam. You said there were descriptions of God, right? So the thing is, they were not names. But then if you call God the Father, the Son, and the Spirit, right? These are also labels. They're descriptions. They're not names. So there's an inconsistency there. So that's the argument.
That's very stupid of you, Alfano. Let me tell you why. Because when our God was asked by Moses, who are you? What I will tell my people. What God he said, guys? What God he said? What God told Moses? I am. We don't have a name for our God. There's no name. So you are foolish and you think you are smart. We never have a name. All those you hear like Elohim and those are not names. There's no name for God. Because there's no name can describe him, and no name can contain him, and no name can frame him. So how I can give him a name? So a foolish person like you, he think that there is a name for God. There is no name. When God he said I am, he was saying clearly that I don't have a name. However, you can describe me by whatever you want. I am the Almighty. I am the all-powerful. I am the all-holy. I am the all exists by himself. I am the Alpha. I am the Omega. But doesn't mean those are names. So we don't believe in names, and that's showing us that you do not know even what Christianity is about. But yet you are speaking that as if you know. Your mic.
Actually, while we're on that topic, you tell me what the central truth of Christianity is. Mike's free.
Your question is very naive. What is central of a Christianity is? Jesus said, I am the truth, and the truth will set you free. That is the central of Christianity. Is the truth. And the truth is that God is almighty, he is all holy, and he is the only truth around us, and everything around us will go. This is why Jesus he said, the earth and the heaven will pass, but my words will not. So what you call today truth is going to be nothing tomorrow. What is going to stay, and the only truth is exist, is God. For he is eternal, he exists by himself, and everything is created by him and for him. So, you know, human beings are very weird, and sometimes they are very stupid. You heard of something, guys, it's called mirage, right? You know what mirage is. If you drive in the highway in a hot day, like especially if you live in Phoenix or Arizona or whatever, like a mile away from you, you will see water, and you see it with your own eyes, but there's no water there. So you keep driving, and you pass the 1 mile which you saw from far away. You see the water, but there's no water, but you see it with your own eyes. So what people think is truth because they see, that's because they are limited. We are limited with our vision, and what we see we think is truth. It might be nothing. You know, if I come to somebody 400 years ago and I say to him, right now there's a lot of voices on the air, he will say, what? a lot of voices. A lot of what? Ah, this guy is crazy. Ah, here we go. This guy here, her voices. There's voices? Well, if I say to you right now, that right now in the same second I'm talking to you, there's millions of people talking and I can hear them if I have just a phone. And that phone is just hooked up to satellite and provide me with the technology. I can hear millions and millions of people, but we can hear nothing. We can hear nothing. So yes, there is voices are existed, and we can hear them, but because we don't have the technology, we cannot hear them. But are they there? Yes, it is there. So what a human being does, human being always, he like to see and he like to touch. Like they say to you, seeing is believing, right? So because of that, there's many things you should not believe in it today because we cannot see it. How somebody who live in China, he talked to me and I live here in America? That's impossible. That's just actually to believe in, but it's true. Like right now, every one of us is coming from different country. And all of you, you hear me, maybe even before you hear somebody speak next to you. This is how it is. It's crazy. But sometimes what it is crazy, it is the truth. When somebody, he refused to believe in Jesus, to be God. Why? Because he said to you, it's crazy. Well, isn't it crazy that the one you reject him, he can do miracles nobody can do? Isn't it crazy that the person, even the stupid Muslims, they say to you Jesus is not God, but they believe that Jesus is alive for 2,000 years. They say to you just a man. But this man, he never died. Right? Floros, I'm afraid to really? You invite you to true deen of Allah, come over to light of Islam. Well, I don't know, you see, I want to come to the light of Islam. Let us say I'm the blind man. And Allah had the light. But you remember the story of Muhammad when a blind man came to him? And the verse in the Quran says, Abasa wa tawalla in ja'ahu al-ama. The Prophet, he gave him a face when the blind man came to him. So how you can invite me to a religion? The Prophet, the best example, he kicked the ass of a blind man from his house. Are you there, Floros? Your best man, he kicked the ass of a blind man. How do you explain that? Why? Because he's busy with some rich people. Is that the light you're inviting me for? Do you want me, when a blind man come to my door, kick him out of my house? Tell him I am busy with rich people? Is that what you want to do? And that you call the light of Islam? Because this ass was possessed with the devil? The ass of who, Muhammad? What? Why a prophet of God, he kick a blind man from his house? Guys, when Jesus, blind man, he asked him and he talked to him, did Jesus say to him, I'm busy? I'm talking to rich people? How come Jesus, and he is, we believe he's God, right? He was so humble and he spoke to the blind man and he gave him eyes. You're a prophet, not only he did not give him eyes, he did not do any miracle for him, he kicked him away from his house because he's busy. And he is, what is the excuse? He is busy with rich people of Quraysh. Is that the light of Islam you want to teach me? Or maybe you want to teach me how to go to the house of my own son, and then I have like a relationship with the wife of my son. Is that what you want me to do? This is the light of Islam? Are you there? What happened? This guy is dead? The possessed, let us talk about possessed. Isn't your prophet, he think that he's having sex with his wife, but in fact he's having sex with the pillow? Or maybe the goat? And you Muslim believe he was possessed? If being possessed is bad, how you follow a prophet he was possessed himself? Huh? Flores, are you there? Answer. If you are against someone who is possessed with shaitan, aren't you Muslims believe that your prophet was under the control of a black magic, which means he is possessed by the devil? Are you there? Well, this is stupid too, because Muslims believe that Jesus is alive. So worshipping the dead man, that must be Muhammad. We Christian and the Muslim don't believe that Jesus is dead. So you are being stupid again. Too much camel urine, my friend. Too much camel urine. But no, so what we believe, you see how this is how stupid the Muslims. If Jesus died, that is the flesh. And the flesh of Jesus had nothing to do with the existence of the Christ. Christ, he said, before Abraham I am. So his existence had nothing to do with the flesh. Correct? As stupid Abdul, he will say to you, if you believe in the Trinity, then before the birth of Jesus, where was the Trinity? Because they are ignorant. Jesus is the Word of God. And the flesh is just a flesh. That has nothing to do with his existence. Before Abraham I am. How he can exist before Abraham? The Jews said to him, how you say you are before Abraham and you are not even 50 years old? He said, even Abraham, he witnessed my day. Any Abdul? How are you, Ibn Salih? Maybe Ibn Salih can explain to us, when Muhammad, a blind man, came to him, why Muhammad, he did give him a face and he kicked him away from his house. Do you know Ibn Salih? You're mine.
Would you like me to guess, or would you like me to? What do you want me to guess? Do I Jesus person?
This is cutting.
Respect, you know what? I don't mean to sound harsh. I'm saying that please try to put things into context. Allah in a shaitan. Edwin,
you know, Evan, I gave you the mic to give me an answer, and now I want to give you a prayer. What's wrong with Muslims? All what I said to you, why Muhammad, he gave a face to a blind man, and he kicked him away from his house. And now you took the mic, and you start giving me speeches. You have no answer, so why you took the mic to answer then? I mean, this is the super intelligence of Muslims, you have no answer. So you want to take the mic and you give me a speech, and then I give you a dot, and then you say to me I have no answer? Why a person, he is the best example for his followers, he do such a thing? And look Muhammad, how evil he is. After the news spread about what he did with the blind man, Muhammad, he got exposed, he got busted. Especially he was doing that because he was busy with a rich man. So Muhammad, he made a verse as if it's coming from his God Allah, saying to him, why you did that, Muhammad? Like, you see, guys, this God is amazing. He's saying to Muhammad, Muhammad, you are being an idiot. Why you are doing that? So look how evil Muhammad is. To make himself, this is not really me, guys. I made a mistake. and Allah, He taught me not to do that again. Okay? And He solved the problem. Because the blind man exposed him. So what if you are busy with rich men, and why you are, you know, even Muhammad, let us ask Ibn Salih another question. Let us see if he have a question. Ibn Salih, are you there? Give me one if you are listening. All right. Is it true that your prophet, he said, if you have questions for me, if you want to talk to me, ask me questions, you have to pay? Is that correct? I'm asking, I'm waiting for the answer. Yes or no? No? Yeah, he never, you know, have you ever guys see a Muslim, he come to my room and I say something to him, he said, I heard of that before? I never heard of this before. Where you get this from? I never heard. All of you never heard. I never heard of a Muslim he heard of anything. And when you ask them, why your prophet he did such a thing, he will say, I never heard. And by the way, he will come to you a week after, and you will ask him the same question, and he will say to you, I never heard. Is it your wish to make these people Muslims? Well, if this is my wish, why you Muslims are upset from me if I'm making people Muslims? Huh? Why Muslims are so upset if I am making people Muslims? Be happy. I am making people Muslims. You just related the story of the blind man. Well, name for me one story is good story about your prophet. Do you have one? He went to his son. He had sex with his wife. He forced his son to divorce his wife. Do you have a good story? As I know that there is no good story about Muhammad. Which one is a good story? Is it a good story? It says the Quran that any Muslim woman, she can give herself to the Prophet so he can F her. Is that a good story? I never heard of a prophet he came with such a thing. What kind of a prophet? He will be given a license only for him from God. And all the license he have, 99% of them, is about money and women, specifically women. Do you have any explanation? Like what David? What David? David, he married many women, but show me where God, he told him do that. Did God give him a license? That's false. Did David receive, guys, from God a verse saying to him, go David and marry as you want and let any woman give herself to you? No, David was acting as a king. And David, he was sinner and he asked God for forgiveness. He cried out for God, asking for forgiveness. Read the Bible, my friend. Your God, he gave Muhammad verses for the sake of his penis. There's a huge difference between someone he commits sin and he asks God for forgiveness, and someone he makes sin as lifestyle and he claimed that his God told him to do sin, and it is lawful. Well, it doesn't matter if he's a prophet. You see, being a prophet will not make you a good guy anyway. But you claim to be a prophet and you teach sin. That's false prophet. David, he did commit sin, but he did not teach sin. There's a huge difference between someone claiming that God taught him to teach you to commit sin, and he do sin. When he do sin, he cry for his sin and he asks God for forgiveness and he confess for his sin. He is not proud about it. Your prophet, he is saying, God gave me this license. Is it your prophet who gave women the right and men the right to open their legs for muta? Is that sin or not? Is that sin or not? What? Muhammad, he cried 60 times? Hold on. Why he wanna cry? Why he wanna cry? Isn't it your prophet, he said in the Quran, that Allah, he forgive his past sin and his coming sin? Is that correct or I'm lying? What do you think? Did Allah give him a license for the past sin and the coming sin? So what are you talking about? You are lying. Well, I'm asking you, what do you mean crying? You're lying. Muhammad in chapter 48, verse number 2, he said that Allah says to him, may Allah forgive thee for the past and the coming sin. What kind of God? Well, you are lying. You are saying Muhammad, he cried for he had a license for sin. Why he would cry for it? If your future sin is forgiven, if your God telling you, go and have sin, for I forgive your past and your coming sin. What do you mean he cried for the sin? That would be stupid. Open license for sin. That is Muhammad. And the funny guy is the Muslim, they say that the Christians believe in license for sin. They lie about us, says that Christians, they believe that Jesus died for our sin, and that means Christians, they can do as much sin as they want, which is absolutely false. When we say Christ, he died for our sin, that means that he came for because of our sin. If we are the good ones, we do not need to be saved. This is what we mean he died for our sin. Doesn't mean that he gave us a license for sin. This is absolute false lie the Muslims they spread around. And the one who gave license for sin is Allah. Christ, he said, not everyone says to me, Lord, Lord, God, God, he will enter the kingdom of my Father, but the one who do his will. Not the one who do the sin. But your Prophet Muhammad, he gave you tons of thousands for reasons to go to heaven. As an example, if you recite the name of Allah 33 times, all your sin is forgiven. If you fast the day of Ashura, the year before and the year after is forgiven. If you pray in the night of Al-Qadr, as if you pray to Allah for 83 years. And not only that, Allah in the judgment day will take the sin of all the Muslims and will place it on the Christians. Open license for sin. You sin, we pay, according to Muhammad. And the funny, by the way, the Muslim, they say to you that is it just that Jesus take the sin of mankind? Shouldn't the one who do the sin pay for his sin? So why Muhammad, he says Allah will take the sin of all the Muslims and place it on the Christians, and he will say to them, this is your ransom? Any Muslim have an answer? How the Muslims, their ransom is sacrificing us? Any Abdul have the courage and the knowledge? That's false dialogues. That's what Muslims believe. You Muslims have an open license for sin. Who want to make a challenge? Put your hand up, dialogues. Let us hear you. We did not spank you for a long time. Don't you miss it? Seriously, don't you miss it? Put your hand up. Come on, put your hand up. Don't talk about civil. Muhammad is a Muslim. I told you many times, first, if you want to come to our room, you have to change your name. Because with this name, you are insulting the Messiah. You are a filthy, disgusting person. To be a Muslim, my friend, to be a child molester. Guys, did Jesus was a child molester? Was he? Because the best Muslim is who? Is Muhammad. Muhammad is the best Muslim. What he did, he had sex with 6 years old girl. So to be a great Muslim, you have to be a child molester. This is number one. To be a great Muslim, you have to steal underwear. Did Jesus was accused by anyone of stealing underwear? No. Muhammad was. Did Jesus flirt with anyone's son or family or relative or a friend? The wife of them? No. Muhammad did. Did Jesus sleep with a dead woman as an excuse to sleep with her because she is beautiful? Muhammad did. Did Jesus lick the faces of the children as an excuse and suck their tongues? No, he did not. Muhammad did. Did Jesus teach the man to beat his wife? No, he never did. Never do that. Muhammad did. Did Muhammad order women to give their breast to suck it from foreigners? Yes, he did. Jesus did not. So how Jesus can be a Muslim? Huh? How Jesus can be a Muslim? Any Muslim can answer me? What kind of a prophet he ordered the Muslim women to suck, to let their wives suckle and suck their breast? Your prophet ordered, obviously he is a madman. He's a madman. This is not a behavior. This is beyond stupidity. This is a behavior of a madman. And you have to admit. Imagine, guys, a man, a woman, she is complaining that there is a guy. She feels that he have a problem. He look at her in a dirty way. And then the answer of Muhammad, go and give him your boobs. Ibn Salih, be honest with me. I don't mean to insult you. Have you ever seen your father ordering your mother to give her boobs out to strangers? If you will say no, tell me why. You're mine.
I have seen the Kosa people do it. The Kosa people, you keep proving that the Quran is universal, that the teaching of the Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is for all of mankind, not just Europeans. You keep proving that to me. Every time I come here, when you speak to me, you talk to me like Christianity is only for the Westerners. It doesn't apply to any other race. It only in 25% of the world, Christianity is applicable. In the rest of the world, it's not compatible. But when we talk about Islam, you tell me how Islam is compatible. And the breastfeeding thing is a Kosa thing. It's a Zulu thing. It's a Tswa.
Hold on. Let me show you how stupid what you said. How someone who live in America can pray to the direction of the Kaaba in Mecca? You're mine. Let us see if Islam compatible or not. You're mine. I live in USA. I want to face Mecca. How I can do that? You're mine.
So you've never heard of GPS? You've never heard of GPS coordinates? Can somebody please give CP a link to GPS coordinates? CP, there's a technology called...
I don't know who is the donkey here, but listen to me carefully, Abdul. I did not say I'm going to fly to Mecca. I said how I can face Mecca. GPS will not make me face Mecca, my friend, because the earth is not a flat. But because you're a stupid God, he thought the earth is a flat. He told you you can face Mecca from anywhere. You're mine.
CP, if you stand in the general direction, there are maps, right? And you know where north is. You have a compass in it.
You see how stupid what you are saying, Ibn. Everybody is laughing at you. First of all, what happened to those Muslims who pray into the Kaaba, in the direction of the Kaaba, in the last 1400 years when there is no GPS? Now we have GPS, but that will not solve the problem, because still we cannot face the Kaaba. What map? Are you stupid? Are you going to pray on the map? The map is flat. It works in the map, but this is not real. This is false. So how you can face the Kaaba when you live in Norway, or if you live in Australia, or if you live in USA or in Canada, or even in India? Because a few miles away from the Kaaba, you cannot even face the Kaaba no more. For a very simple reason, the earth is not flat. How you can do that? You might.
Are you telling me that the airplanes don't fly to different parts of the world?
No, I heard of flies, but they are not airplanes in the time of your prophet and even before, like the flying carpet of Suleiman. The Quran speak about it. But what does have to do with my topic, Abdul? Stop drinking camel urine at least for 5 seconds. How I can face the Kaaba? I'm not going to fly to the Kaaba. I'm not asking you how to go to the Kaaba. If you are a Muslim and you are praying in the direction of the Kaaba, how you can face the Kaaba? I will tell you. I will give you an idea. The only way to do it is to put your head in the toilet seat, and maybe you will be facing the Kaaba because it's in the other side of the earth. Maybe. However, I guarantee you that your face will be full of shit if you do that. You might.
It's obvious that you don't understand anything about geography. Mr. 1,407 years. We haven't been doing it for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. I think by now we would have been able to get it up. Don't you think? With all the air travel, with geography, you don't think we would get it enough? I don't know if you don't realize that the moon would have probably been extinct if you look into history. So you must actually thank the Muslims for mathematics, for all the science, for astronomy.
What mathematics? What mathematics? What? First of all, if you want to talk about mathematics, let us look at the Quran. Let us see how stupid the donkey who made the Quran. How the Quran says that if a family die, the male will inherit twice as the female. The male will inherit twice as the female. So let me give you a question. If we have 3 daughters, let us say we have 2 daughters, and we have 1 boy, and we have 4 wives, and the guy he died and he owned $1,000. I challenge you to divide the money. Let us see how stupid the mathematics of the Quran. The mic is yours.
So nobody was ever told to face anyway. So how did the Son of Man face Jerusalem?
The Jerusalem there is not even Jerusalem, Abdul. Jerusalem, God, He promised us a new Jerusalem, which is not going to be in this earth. And this is how stupid you are. A donkey like your prophet. The Jerusalem we will have is not in this earth. It will be Jerusalem of peace. And this is the name of Jerusalem, the city of peace. So we will have, you see, the Muslims are stupid. They think that even Jerusalem is a name of a city. It is not just a name. It is a sentence. And that sentence means peace. So when we are going to be with God, we will be living, all of us, in the city of peace, which is going to be heaven. And everything is in you. We will have new flesh, but the flesh is different from this. We will be the same as angels. So don't try to quote for me from my Bible. You do not know what you are reading. Now listen, as long as you are talking about mathematics, why you don't want to answer? I have a boy, I have 3 girls, or 2 daughters, let us make it 2 daughters. one boy and 4 wives and one husband. The husband, he died, he owned $1,000. I challenge you to divide the money based on the Quran. How you can do that? It's impossible. So you don't have the courage to admit that your prophet is a stupid prophet and he is very bad in mathematics. Right? Are you going to answer or not? Your mind.
You want me to teach you geography? You want me to teach you mathematics? Okay, I'll teach.
You see, I don't know how stupid you are. I did not ask you to teach me. I'm asking you a question. How come Allah is God, but He cannot come with any rule which can work with mathematics? You are the one who mentioned the word mathematics, not me. Aren't you the one who says you should be thankful for the Muslims? And by the way, the Muslim, they say Jabir ibn Hayyan is a Muslim. He is not. Jabir ibn Hayyan is from the Sabia. He is from the Yazidi. He has nothing to do with the Muslims. But as always, the Muslims, anyone, he become famous, they make him Muslim. Just wait. 10 years from now, they will say, what his name, guys? The founder of Apple, what his name? Job? What his name? Job. Just wait. 100 years from now, the Muslim, they will write in their books that he was a Muslim. But the guy had nothing to do with Islam. They will say to you, his father was a Syrian guy, but his father, he dumped him in the trash can, and a Christian family adopted him, and he grew in a Christian house. But they will make him a Muslim. Just wait. And the guy died, and he is not a Muslim. Let me give you an example about Ibn Khaldun. There is a famous philosopher, his name is Ibn Khaldun. Every Muslim, he will quote for you Ibn Khaldun. Ibn Khaldun, Ibn Khaldun, Ibn Khaldun. Do you know what Ibn Khaldun he said? He said the Arab are savage. In order to cook a dish, they are willing to burn a library, books, all of it, and to destroy a palace to make a dish. This is what Ibn Khaldun he said about the Arab and the Muslims. And the poor guy was discriminated and humiliated during his lifetime, running from country to country. So when he was living between them, he is a devil because he's a philosopher guy. Philosophy is against Islam, is haram. You see the hypocrisy of those Muslims? When there is someone who is smart, they kill him in his time. And then after 500 years, they notice that we should not kill him. We look bad. So we should say that he's a Muslim. So let us go back to the question, Mr. Ibn. You are trying to avoid the answer. You know what? Let us talk about geography. Forget about the mathematics. Look like it's hard for you. In chapter 18, verse number 60, Musa, he went and he arrived to the conjunction of the two seas. Do you know where are those two seas? Ibn Salih, do you know where we can find them, those two seas, your mind?
Well, where do you find whales? Huh? Yeah, in Cape Town, South Africa, you find two seas. Don't you find the two seas here, the Indian Ocean meeting the Atlantic Ocean? Don't you find that? 40 years is a long time.
So Musa, he went to Cape Town? Musa, he went there, you mind? Because the verse speak about Musa, you mind?
Are you going to debate like a coward? First, I mean, are you going to be a coward the whole night? First, yes or no? Because you are coming across as a coward. Debate like a man. Can you do that? Don't give me instructions in habited slumber.
Debate like a man. What like a man? I mean, do you mean like wearing my wife clothes like your prophet he used to do? He said, I never received Quran until I wear my wife clothes. So what about you say that you're prophet, not to me? I don't wear women clothes. Now answer me. Where we can find those two seas? I'm talking to you seriously. Musa, he went to an area, the conjunction of the two seas. Where we can find that? You mind?
Was Africa a wilderness? Yes or no? Did you have 40 years to do it in?
What?
In 40 years, you can travel wherever you want to, across, right down the coast of Africa and back. Work it out.
Hey, Abdul, you see how stupid you are? The story there is not about the Jews. It's about Moses alone. Allah sent him to learn from a guy. His name is Al-Khudr. Only Moses, not the Jews. Okay, so where we can find the two seas? Let me show you how stupid you Muslims and your geography. This is Tafsir al-Jalalain. This is what? This is Tafsir al-Jalalain. Guys, read what the Muslim intelligence make them say. Read with me. And mention Moses, the son of Amram, or Imran. The Muslim trying to correct Muhammad. You see, they quote there Amram, the correct name. But Muhammad said Amran. Said to his boy, Joshua, son of Yeshua, Ben Nun, whatever fabricated name, who used to, whatever, let me post again, guys, so people they can see it. Read with me. I will not stop journeying until I have reached the junctions of the two seas, the point where the Byzantine Sea and the Persian Sea meet. What? What? The Byzantine Sea and the Persian Sea meet? What is that? Any Abdul can tell us? Any Muslim Abdul can tell us? Who is a Muslim Abdul here? He have intelligence. Where the Byzantine Sea and the Persian Sea they meet? Where? The Persian Sea, where no, where it is. The Byzantine Sea is the Mediterranean. Where they meet? I want to know. Any Muslim? Are you there, Ibn Saleh? So where is the intelligence? And guys, if we read this story, actually I challenge any Muslim to stand up and read this story with us. It is one of the most funny, stupid stories ever. Who is a Muslim is proud about this story? I'm not challenging you. Who said I'm not? I'm challenging all Muslims. Here we go, take the mic. Tell me about Musa's going to take a class, training, in-job training, if you have to be a prophet, from a guy, his name is Al-Khadr. Let us start with the first question. Why his name is Al-Khadr, Ibn Salih? Why he was called Al-Khadr? You mind?
That's what his parents named him.
The Christian friends, sorry people, this is not the way to speak to people. You do know that. You do know that if you want to have respect, you need to conduct yourself with some dignity. You know that. The people in your room are not exactly, they're not exactly intelligent people. I don't mean to offend any of them, but none of them look like they have any knowledge. So it's easy to tell them nonsense. Nabi Khidr, the story of Nabi Khidr is not about where he was, what country. It's got nothing to do with it. The lesson is that you do not understand. Does the Bible not say God works in mysterious ways? That is the lesson. Does the Bible not say that? Yeah.
What mysterious word? What will you? I'm asking you a question. You would say me, God here, mysterious way. What mysterious way? Why God sending Moses to the conjunction of the two seas to meet a guy, his name is Al-Khadr. And there they found there's a fountain of life. Is that a true story or a fiction? Your mind. Go ahead.
Christians. You're asking me if is the story of a good Samaritan a true story, yes or no? Is the story of Samson and Delilah a true story? A man killing 1,000 men with the jawbone of an ass, tying the tails of foxes.
Well, you don't want to believe in it. Prove that it's false. How he killed them? How he killed them? Do you know? Did he kill them by one slam? No. He destroyed the temple at the top of their head. How he killed them? Your mind. He's talking about what? He's talking about Samson, right? Yeah, read how he killed them. He did not, there's nothing there. When a Muslim he come with a question, he is not even honest. Read the story. I'm giving you a story about your Quran, showing how stupid your God is. And then you can give me a story. If you can show me that my God is stupid, good for you. I challenge you. Now answer. Moses, he went all the way to Al-Khadr. And Allah, he sent him to Al-Khadr to learn from him. And why Al-Khadr, he was called Al-Khadr? Because wherever he sit in his ass, he make the grass green. Why? Because he drank from a fountain. It's called the fountain of life. Do you really believe in this garbage? You might.
Look, there's a lot of things that are unbelievable, but people believe them. So this is the nature of belief in the first place, right?
That's not the question. I agree with you, but that's not the question. There is something is called fiction and stupidity, and there is something is unbelievable. Like as an example, God he raised Jesus. He raised a man from death. That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable. Jesus is a son of a virgin. That's unbelievable. But there's a huge difference between someone speaking about a flying carpet and someone he drank from the fountain of life, and then whatever he touched became a green, and he never died. That's obviously is a fairy tale story. There's a huge difference between a miracle of God and a fountain of life. Do you believe that there's a fountain of life? You drink from it and you live forever? Mr. Alfono, your mic.
I think it's subjective what you're willing to believe and not believe. I think basically one of the most extraordinary claims that
No, not subjective. Because if you are a believer, you believe in the miracles of God, not in the power of water and magic. Correct, guys? If you are a believer, then you believe that God, he have a power, he's the Almighty. But to believe that there's something is called the fountain of life, which is spread by many legends before Islam, and like as a story, the story of Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh have the same story. He is looking for the fountain of youth, so he can live forever. So Muhammad is copying the stories of old nations before him, and he make it as a real story, but all of us, we know they are fictions. So there is a huge difference between a belief in God power and believe in a fountain, you drink from it and you became youth. That is called Alice in the Wonderland, not God. Right? You're mine.
I think that you only believe that this is the case because you believe in a particular set of myths. There's nothing that privileges a particular deity over all the other ones. You have to acknowledge the fact.
Next, what privilege of deity? There's no deity. We believe there's only one deity, and that's it. You are being stupid now. And this is not about topic. And this is not about privilege. This is about stupid and smart. I believe that God can create everything, and God can raise people from death, and God can create anything He wants. But to say to me there's a fountain of life, you drink from it, you stay youth, that is even against God. Because now we have a fountain, have the power of God. So we should worship the fountain now. This fountain can do what God cannot do. You die with this God. This fountain will keep you alive forever. You do not need to pray. Guys, listen to this. Based on the story of the fountain, I do not need to pray to God. I do not need to worship God. All what I need to drink a cup of this water and I will live forever. What do you think? Which one is better? The fountain is better. Don't worry about your sin. Don't worry about praying. Don't worry about Hajj. Drink from the fountain, my friend. You live forever. That's it. Nobody even can kill you. Because you will live forever. You see the stupidity of this religion? If this fountain is true, so what the need of this God? How are you, Dialogues? Do you believe in the fountain of life, Dialogues? Do you believe that the fountain of youth? You drink from it and you live forever? Go ahead.
Hello. So finally you unblotted me, and I had to raise my hand to do that. So you had raised a number of issues. What fountain of life are you talking about? I wasn't exactly paying attention to everything that you stated, but you did ask some questions about the seas meeting and questioning about that. And I could ask you some questions from the Bible as well. Actually, I could quote some verses of the Quran and you can explain them to me. Are you happy to do that? Since you seem to claim to know a lot about the Quran, I think that will answer your query. So if you can tell me what is the meaning of this verse of the Quran, then we can take
only
it
Allah
from there.
knows.
This is not the only verse
Only Allah
I have
knows.
in mind. I could post it in Arabic, but since a lot of people in here are not.
The Arabic is not showing. Read the verse for me. It doesn't show. Anyone see the Arabic font, guys? Anyone see Arabic? I don't see any Arabic. You're mine. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I will read the Arabic. إذ قال يوسف لأبيه يا أبت إني رأيت 11 كوكبا والشمس والقمر رأيتهم لي ساجدين. Remember the time, or when Joseph said to his father, "Oh my father, I saw 11 stars and the sun and the moon. I saw them making obeisance to me." Right? So he doesn't mention that this is not literal. He just states, "I saw 11 stars and the sun and the moon. I saw them prostrating to me." Now tell me, does this have a literal explanation or does it have an interpretation? Your mic.
First of all, you Muslims are very weird. You say that Moses is a prophet of God, and you say that he worshipped only Allah, but yet Moses is saying that the whole universe is bowing down to him. So even if this is metaphorical, this is against Islam supposedly. Because why they are bowing down to Moses? Do you know? You would say this is metaphorical. Metaphorical for what? You might. Oh, sorry, not for Musa, to Joseph, sorry. They are bowing for him for what reason? Who is he? He is God? Why they are bowing down for him? You might. I'm speaking about Islam right now. I'm not talking about the Bible. You are the one who quote for me the verse. You want to show me that this is a metaphorical. This is metaphorical of what? You might.
Thank you very much. Actually, you helped me make my point. You produced an argument why such a verse cannot be taken literally. If it goes against the laws of God or the laws of nature, to take a statement literally, then it is not taken literally. You get the point? You gave two arguments. I gave one, and you gave another. Actually, I didn't even state my argument. My argument was that sun and moon, stars and sun and moon do not bow, do not prostrate to people. It doesn't happen in real life. So when it becomes absurd to take something literally, then it is given an interpretation. Now the verse you brought is given an interpretation. That is how the Quran is interpreted. Otherwise, I can show you verses on the basis of which one can claim that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is Allah. You cannot argue against those interpretations on the basis of your claim, and the basis of which you claim Jesus is God. Those verses can be interpreted, can be understood, taken literally, to mean that Allah and Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam are one and the same. But people give it an interpretation normally. So I can show you the verses, and I can show you that there are verses in the Quran which can be used to make a stronger claim for the divinity of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam than Christians use to make a claim for the divinity of Jesus, on whom be peace. And then you will tell me, I can present the verses, then I will prove to you that your criticism is invalid. Mike, please.
You see, you are the one who mentioned the verse, but you failed to give me the answer. Correct, guys? I said to you, if this is metaphorical of what? Because at the end of the day, they are bowing down to him. Sajideen. So that cannot be explained unless Joseph is being God. Now, do you have explanation? You give me a speech. Secondly, you said, well, obviously, the sun does not prostrate to anyone. That's false. Because according to your prophet, the sun prostrates every day. When your prophet in the sunset, he asked Abu Dharr, he said to him, hey Abu Dharr, do you know where the sun goes? Do you know where the sun goes? Abu Dharr, he said, well, the prophet and Allah, he knows better. He said, it goes every day and protests under the throne of Allah. So yes, it does prostrate literally according to Islam. And that again proves that Muhammad is a false prophet. Because if Muhammad is not a false prophet, he will not say such a statement, which is not only scientifically wrong, it is very naive. And he's trying to claim that he is the one who knows voluntarily, like you now. You came to my room, and you are the one who picked up the verse, and you are the one who asked the question, and supposedly you are going to put me in the corner, but now you have no idea how to answer this. How Muhammad, he says, that the sun go and prostrate itself under the throne of Allah, if you just said, all of us, we knew that this must be metaphorical because the sun and the moon don't prostrate. Do you have an answer? You're mine.
Thank you very much. So basically, you are going to a hadith when we were talking about the Quran. And the point you helped me make is that if that verse is taken literally, there are questions that would arise, because it would go against the laws of God and the laws of nature, which is actually the work of God. Okay? So yes, the sun does not bow towards people. It doesn't happen. Okay? So if someone says the sun is bowing towards me, or the sun is prostrating, that is not a literal prostration. Okay? So you are understanding the Quran incorrectly. Your criticism is invalid about the Quran as well as about the Hadith. The sun does not prostrate physically like humans prostrate. Okay? So it cannot be given a literal explanation. Now, the allegation of absurdity in the Quran is because you want to take it literally, when it is not supposed to be taken literally. That's the point I'm making, which you have helped me again establish. Thank you very much, Christian. Mike, please.
Well, obviously you are playing games, because your prophet is the one who said to Abu Dharr, while the sun set. Guys, does it say that? Read with me. Once I was with the prophet in the mosque. At the time of the sunset, at what? At the time of the sunset, the prophet said, "O Abu Dharr, do you know where the sun set?" So this is literally. Do you know where the sun set? So why you are making it metaphorical? So in order to cover the shame of your prophet saying such a statement, you are saying this metaphorical, but the fact is not, because he's talking about where the sun goes. Actually, translation is wrong. You speak Arabic, right? Dialogues, do you speak Arabic? You claim to speak Arabic, right? Ya Badr, أين تغرب الشمس? Do you know where the sun set? قلت الله ورسوله أعلم. I said Allah and his messenger knows best. قال, which means the prophet, فإنها تذهب حتى تسجد تحت العرش. And then he added the verse where والشمس تجري إلى مستقر لها, and the sun run to a fixed course. Muhammad is explaining what the fixed course is. The fixed course, the sun every day run from point A to point B. And what is the point A? Is the east. And what is point B? Is the west. And where is the west? Is under the throne of Allah. So when you say to me this is a metaphorical, that's false. And let me give you another hadith, which will give us more clear explanation. Here we go. This is the same story with more details. And if you want me to post for you the link, let me know, please. This is a Sahih hadith from Sahih al-Bukhari. The Prophet asked me at the sunset, do you know where the sun goes? Where what? Where the sun goes? The question about what? The sun is going somewhere. So your prophet, he think that the sun is moving and the sun is going, but the fact is not true. The earth is going around itself and the sun is there. And then he continue, he said it goes, i.e. travel. Guys, does it say that, or I'm making things up? Does it say that? It goes, i.e. travel. This is a Muslim translation, not my translation. Here we go. This is the link. I have nothing to do with the translation. I'm just reading exactly, copy paste as it is. So according to Muhammad, the sun goes every day and travel and prostrate itself under the throne and take the permission to raise again. So your prophet is explaining how the sun disappear and where it goes and how it raises. It go prostrate under the throne of Allah from point A to point B, and then it come back after it get the permission of Allah from the east. So how you explain that, Dialogues? Is that metaphorical for you? Your mic?
Okay, thank you very much, Christian Prince. Like I said, there are verses of the Quran that talk about the prostration, the sajda of trees, stars, herbs. You know, there are prostrations of different things mentioned in the Quran. It is not taken literally. They don't physically prostrate. If you want to take the Quran or the Hadith literally, where it is not meant to be literal, of course you are going to come up with questions. I can bring you verses from the Bible. If they are taken literally, they become absurd. Now, when Ibn Saleh mentioned about Jerusalem, set in the face towards Jerusalem, you suggested it was a metaphorical Jerusalem. But the verse is a literal Jerusalem, the land of Israel. So you are running away towards metaphors when the text.
No, my friend, I did not run away. Read the whole chapter and you will see that it says that clearly. Read it. Did you read it? Did you read the whole chapter, or you are copy paste verse? Read it. Read it. You, Mike, and show me where it is not metaphorical. It's not there. Jerusalem is not even a name of a city he is mentioning, because the Bible says clearly that we will not be in Jerusalem. We will not live in Jerusalem. The earth, all of it will demolish. The earth will be destroyed. Is that correct, Christians? We as a Christian, we will not live in this earth. So what Jerusalem we are talking about? This is different Jerusalem. This is the land of city, the land of peace. So don't teach me about my book, my friend. We Christian, we don't believe that we are going to live in Jerusalem. So if you want to understand the Bible, you don't take a verse and you say it's facing the first in Jerusalem. And however, I can face Jerusalem still. I can be in the front of the gates of Jerusalem because Jerusalem has doors. There's a huge difference between someone saying to you, you pray in the direction of Mecca when you are in India, and someone saying to you, face Jerusalem. I can face Jerusalem. I do not need to pray facing Jerusalem. That mean I live in America, I have to face Jerusalem, and that's impossible. It doesn't say that. So you Muslims try to defend the ignorance of your God, making it fit with something else, because you are in away from the question. Right? So the mic is yours. How your prophet says the sun goes. Obviously, you are trying to avoid to answer the question. Is that correct? Is that correct? Yes or no? Are you going to answer the question or you will not? You know, take the mic, answer the question about this, and I will answer you immediately about the verse you posed for me. Deal? The mic is yours. Let us see.
Okay, Christian Prince, you seem not to register the point. You want it to be literal. Then I will give you another verse. Tell me whether this is literal or metaphorical. This verse.
Please, my friend, don't change the topic. You see, I'm not even the one who is saying this is literal. It's your prophet is saying that. I'm not giving you interpretation of mine. I'm giving you your prophet explaining the Quran. And you are telling me I am making it literal? Guys, is it me who said that? Is it me who said the sun goes and travel? Abu Dharr and Muhammad are in the sunset time. There's no need for the topic. They are not talking about God. They are not talking about metaphorical things. He asked him, do you know where the sun goes? The question is very simple. Do you know where the sun goes? The guy, he said, I don't know. Only God and his prophet know better. Muhammad voluntarily, he told him where the sun goes. So why you are not answering? Did your prophet claim that he is teaching the guy where the sun goes? Yes. They are not talking about a metaphorical verse in the Quran. They are talking about where the sun goes. Hey, Abu Dharr, the sun is going now. Do you know where it goes? The guy, he said, I don't know. Muhammad, he says, it is goes and travel and prostrate itself every day. So this is not a metaphorical. You will be my hero if you can prove that this is metaphorical. You're mine.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I will talk about relevant verses of the Quran about the sun and the moon. Okay, according to this verse that I have posted and the second verse that I have posted, the sun and moon have an orbit. They do not deviate from that orbit and prostrate physically, literally, anywhere. Okay? If you give that interpretation that you are trying to force, that goes against the Quran. That is why it is not acceptable. Do you register? Do you accept? Or do you want to deny that? Right? This is the point I'm making. There are verses in the Quran which clearly state that the sun and moon have an orbit. People see the sun and moon, they have an orbit, right? You cannot interpret anything contradictory to that. That's my point. Okay, go ahead.
My friend, one of us is blind. I just gave you your prophet giving interpretation for the same verse you gave me. Are you blind? Your prophet saying that it runs from this course, this is the course, this is the orbit. And even they are quoting for you the verse there. Do you see the verse? Chapter 63. Huh? Do you see the verse with me? Do you see it? Chapter 63, verse number 38. وَالشَّمْسُ تَجْرِي لِمُسْتَقَرٍ لَهَا. So this is what the Quran is talking about. This is not against the Quran. So the Quran confirms that the sun have an orbit. And what is the orbit? The sun goes every day from the east to the west to protect itself and ask Allah for permission. So you're a prophet getting you busted. Secondly, when you say that this is against the Quran, not only this is false, the Quran even says that the sun set in the murky water, in a hot murky water, right? When Zulqarnain, he walked with his army, he arrived and he found where the sun set. Somebody, guys, post for us chapter 18, verse number 86. As you see with me here, the Quran confirmed that the sun set in a certain place, and that place is a hot, murky water. And he found next to the sunset people who live there. And who is the one telling the story? It is Allah. It is not Dhul-Qarnayn. The one is talking there is your God. So why you are saying to me this contradicts the Quran when the Quran confirmed in more than one place that the sun set in a place, and that is under the throne of Allah, and which obviously your God Allah has a throne in the top of the hot water, your mind.
Okay, Christian Prince, thank you very much for introducing that verse. Actually, the point I was making is that the verse, well, do you accept the verse in the Quran which states that there are some verses which are clear and decisive, muhkamat, and there are other verses which are mutashabihat. They are allegorical, they are susceptible to different interpretations. Now, those in whose hearts is a perversity will pursue erroneous interpretation. Those who have knowledge, they will say the whole book is from Allah. We will not interpret anything to contradict the rest of the book, wherever another verse might be which is relevant to the topic. Now, there are two verses I've given which tell us that the sun and moon have an orbit. Now, to take the sun setting in a pool of murky water literally contradicts that verse. So we cannot take it literally. It not only contradicts the word of God, but it contradicts the work of God, the laws of nature that we see around us. So a Muslim is supposed to use his understanding and not interpret something which is metaphorical as literal. You have to consider the whole book, because the whole book is from the same one Lord who is all-knowing. So that is why I presented to you the verse about where Joseph relates something about the sun and the 11 stars and the sun and moon making sajda to him. Now, Yaqub alayhi salam did not take that literally. Yusuf alayhi salam, Joseph, didn't say it was a dream. He just said, this is what I saw. Okay? Now, Jacob could have said, you silly boy, that is ridiculous. But he realized, even though Joseph did not say, he did not have to say it's a dream. So this verse, Allah does not have to categorically state that it's metaphorical. People who have some understanding, they do not have a perversity, they will understand it as metaphorical. It's not rocket science. It's simple, obvious. But if someone deliberately wants to find fault, yes, he will find fault. And this is the point I'm trying to make to you, that you should not interpret anything in the Quran to contradict other verses which are clear and decisive. So the two verses that I presented can be considered to be muhkamat, clear and decisive, because the word of God says it and the work of God says it. Mic free.
Guys, let me show you the hypocrisy of Muslims. I hope you will not be offended by saying that. He just told me you should not give interpretation for the verse. As if I am the one who give interpretation. I just showed you. Your prophet saying that. And this is why you're avoiding to explain what your prophet is saying. It's your prophet who says the sun is in trouble every day. Guys, is that me who is talking there? No. Am I the one voluntarily giving interpretation for chapter 36, verse number 38? No. It is your prophet, not me. And you keep taking the mic, says, if this verse is contradict the Quran, nowhere in the Quran it says that the sun does not have a course. The sun have a course, and your prophet explained the course. It goes every day, and prostrate under the throne of Allah and ask for permission, and then Allah allowed it to go back. And now, you just said you are not allowed to give interpretation of your own. Who said I'm doing? Let me show you more. Not only your prophet, he said that. Here we go. This is Al-Jalalain. This is who? Al-Jalalain. Is Al-Jalalain a Muslim scholar? Yes. Is he Christian? No. Is he Hindu? No. Atheist? No. Al-Jalalain said, till when he reached the setting place of the sun. Guys, does it say that? Does it say that? Where the sun set. What? He found it sitting in a muddy spring. Like, what the heck? Who is saying that? He will take the mic now. He says, Christian friends, you are not allowed to give interpretation of your own. I am not giving interpretation of my own. He found the sun sitting in a dirty water, hot water, and that is the sitting place of the sun. And he found next to it, next to what? Next to the sitting place of the sun. He found people there. So this is a physical location, and Zulqarnain is a changing direction between the east and the west. He found the east and he found the west. He found where the sun rises and he found where the sun set. And this is exactly what your prophet saying in chapter 38, chapter 36, verse number 38. And this is what he is saying in this hadith which we posted. And yet you says to me this is contradict the Quran. Where nowhere in the Quran it says that the orbit of the sun is the one you claim to be. Your prophet, he told us what the orbit is. That is the orbit. The sun every day go from point A to point B, prostrating itself under the throne of Allah. Now you will take the mic again and you will say to me, well, you are giving, you know that there's some verses in the Quran are clear and some verses are not clear. Well, after all the interpretation of the Quran, after even your prophet give interpretation for that verse you yourself you named, and yet it's not clear for you and you say it's a metaphorical. Guys, can we make it more clear than this? Muhammad himself saying that. Muhammad himself, he's saying that. Payday. No, don't use bad language, please. Nobody in my room use bad language. Otherwise, I will dot you. You are a Muslim, you are a Christian, doesn't matter. I will dot you. Alright? Muhammad himself, he said that. The Prophet asked me at the sunset, do you know where the sun goes? So what Muhammad the question? Where the sun goes. That is not metaphorical, my friend. That was the sunset time, and Muhammad and the guy, they are watching the sun disappearing. So Muhammad asked the guy, do you know where the sun goes? The guy, he said, I don't know. Muhammad, he explained, because he is the scientist. He worked for NASA. He said the sun goes every day. It goes, i.e. travel, till it prostrates itself underneath the throne of Allah. So it goes, and that is the orbit of the sun. Are you going to tell me that your prophet is an idiot, he do not know what the verse means? Dialogues? Are you going to say that? Are you going to claim that you know better what the verse means more than your prophet? You might.
Thank you very much, Christian Prince, for elaborating your argument. Can answer in different ways, but let me just point out to you first that this hadith that you quoted talks about the sun that will rise in the west. Now, some people have understood the rising of the sun in the west as something metaphorical. Why?
No, my friend, don't change the topic. In the judgment day that will happen, that's not the same course. The course every day will go every day prostrate under the chair of Allah. And then in the judgment day, the sun will appear from the wrong direction. Don't change the topic. Muhammad claimed that in the judgment day, that is not the course. The sun will change its course. And what the change will be is going to come from the west. So don't play games. And that is not a metaphorical. However, I will give you a chance to prove it's a metaphorical. Name for me one Islamic scholar, give interpretation saying that this is a metaphorical thing, and I will name you as a hero. I will make you an admin right now in my room. Is that fair, guys? If this guy can name me one Islamic scholar, agree with him that this is a metaphorical, you are an admin from now in my room. It's a challenge. I have all the scholars in front of me. Ibn Kathir, Al-Jalalain, Al-Qurtubi, Al-Tabari. Which one you want? Name one for me. None of them agree with you. So why you are fabricating stories to defend Islam? You're mine.
Thank you, Christian Prince. You should let me finish because I would have answered your objection if you had let me finish. So be patient, it's a virtue. The sun is a metaphor for Muhammad. So Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam in the Quran is the sun of the spiritual universe. Okay, so the rising of the sun from the west is interpreted as the rising of the true faith, the faith of Muhammad.
That's false, because Muhammad, he said, in the end of the time, Islam will go and be strange. بدأ الإسلام غريبا وينتهي غريب, which means Islam at the end of the days is going to shrink, will be so small. This is the prophecy of Prophet. And this is about the sun physically appearing from different location. And here we go, my challenge is again, who are you to give interpretation for this? Do you have a scholar give me interpretation? Or maybe you're Ahmadiyya, who have some fiction stories. You're Ahmadiyya, right? Do you have a scholar can sponsor what you are saying, or this is the fiction of the Ahmadiyya? You might.
Christian Prince, I told you the principle from the Quran. If something goes against the word of God or the work of God, then it is interpreted.
My friend, you are repeating yourself. You did not show me anywhere in the Quran. It's against what we showed you. I showed you a hadith. You're a prophet saying that. You're a prophet explain. I show you the scholars saying that. So you are fabricating a story. There's nowhere it is contradicting what Muhammad said. Muhammad said that the sun set in a certain place, and that is a murky water. Muhammad said the sun set every day under the throne of Allah. Muhammad says the sun goes from point A to point B. Muhammad, he says this is the course of Allah, and he quote for you the verse in the hadith. Now, do you have something against the statement of Muhammad? Show me one statement of Muhammad saying that this is a metaphorical, and you know what? I will close my room immediately. Is that fair, guys? I just showed you what Muhammad said. Show me something Muhammad said is against this, I will close my room right now. You're mine. But you have nothing. You have the fiction of the Ahmadiyya. Put some feather in the top of your head and claim to be the Messiah. You're mine.
Okay, so your challenge is about Jesus. I can do better. I can give you your God. About Muhammad.
Don't change my topic. There's no challenge about Jesus. Your Ahmadiyya guy is a false guy. When the Christian, they came to him, they said, Jesus, he raised people from death. Jesus, he make people walk. Jesus, make people heal from their disease. What he said? What he said? He said nothing. He did nothing. So he's a false Jesus. If you are Jesus, you can do what Jesus did. As simple as that. Your Messiah, he died because of diarrhea. Have you ever heard of a Christ, he died because of shit? Christ, he healed people by just touching him. Your Messiah, false Messiah, he died because of diarrhea. What kind of God he have, and who is he? If he is the Christ, how he died because of diarrhea? He could not, like, at least die by a bullet. Better than dying by a diarrhea. So, dialogues, don't go to Jesus. Let us not to run away from the topic. Your prophet, he said what he said. I don't want to repeat again and again. Do you have something to refute what your prophet said to prove your point? That this is a metaphorical? Do you have one verse in the Quran says that the sun is not going from point A to point B every day? Nowhere. All the verses you said to me, even your prophet, he is quoting the same verse. As you see in front of you. وَالشَّمْسُ تَجْرِي لِمُسْتَقَرٍ لَهَا. and I gave you the scholar's interpretation, and it fit exactly with this. You're mine.
Okay, Christian Prince, I think you're afraid to listen to me.
Right.
I can answer everything. I was on the topic of metaphorical interpretation, and I was going to produce to you Jesus' metaphorical interpretation of the return of Elijah. Elijah, according to the Bible, went physically up to heaven. The Jews were waiting Elijah to come down physically. Jesus said no. John the Baptist was Elijah. So
you see, dialogues, that's very stupid. We are talking about the sun, we are talking about the moon, we are talking about the sun going down under the throne. Your prophet is saying something and you are running away to talk about metaphorical statement in the Bible. We know that all the Bible is full of that. And this has nothing to do with our topic. So you are running away from the topic. Can you show me one statement your prophet, he said, against what I'm posting for you? Can you show me one scholar from all the Muslim scholars can speak against this? Your mic?
Allah talks about it. So why do I need to go to a human who is subject to human frailties, such as mistakes?
Challenge between me and you. Can you show me the verse? It says that this is a metaphorical. Allah said that the sun course is a metaphorical. Your mic?
There is no need. It's obvious. That's the point I'm making.
It's obvious. Well, it's obvious that your prophet speaking about the sun goes every day. It's obvious. Correct, guys? That is the obvious. So you jump from the proofs we are providing to the obvious you have in your head, in your fantasy. We gave you scholars explain how he found the sun sitting in a dirty water. And then you say to me, it's obvious. Obvious what? The Quran confirmed that the sun set in a dirty water. Obviously what? Do you see the Quran? The Quran says he found that, you know what? Read for me the verse. Is that fair, guys? Read for me the verse. Chapter 18, verse number 86. I challenge you and tell me how this will not be something to get you busted. Does it say there that he found the sun? He found the sun sitting in a dirty water? Hot water? Yes or no? Your mic. Read it.
Thank you, but I quoted a verse where Joseph saw with his eyes the sun prostrating to him.
That's very stupid of you, my friend. That's supposed it's about a dream. And even if it's not a dream, this is your problem. Your prophet is stealing stories from the Bible. Right? That's not my problem. Is that my problem? You are changing the topic, and you are telling me he saw a dream, and he saw the moon and the sun prostrating in front. What does this have to do with my topic? Nothing. You said that this is not a dream. Did you say that, Mr. Diallo? Did you say that this is not a dream? Or it is a dream? You're mine.
Thank you very much. It could well be a dream of Dhul Qarnayn that is related. It could well be.
What a dream of Al-Qurnayn. We are talking about Joseph. Al-Qurnayn, he did not see a dream, my friend. The Quran says he went there. What are you talking about? Ahmadiyya, wake up. Too much hashish. I'm talking about the story of Joseph when he said that he saw a living planet and the sun and the moon, they are bowing down for him. Does the Quran confirm that this is a dream, or just he says such a statement? You're mine.
Okay, thank you. Please listen to me. Yes, the Quran relates the statement in which it doesn't mention it as a dream. In the next verse,
it is a dream, so there's no need to say this is not a metaphorical or not. Correct, guys? You see, this is, I don't know how old are you. As long as the guy is saying this is a dream, it is a dream. There's no need to discuss if it's metaphorical or not. It's a dream, my friend. Do you know what the dream means? Yesterday I saw myself the president of USA in the dream. It's a dream. It's not even a metaphorical. It is a dream. Now you can give interpretation for a dream, but still it's a dream. It doesn't matter what the interpretation would be. You're a prophet speaking about the sun going from point A to point B. And you're a prophet talking about finding the sun sitting in a murky, dirty, hot water. That was not a dream. Do you understand? So there is no way to compare between the two stories, between someone he said I saw a dream and someone saying Alexander the Great or Zulqarnain, he walked in a direction and he keep going until he found where the sun set. That is not a dream. That is supposedly a true story and your God reporting the story. And remember, Allah is reporting the story voluntarily. If you go to the verse number 83 in chapter 18, Allah said, and they are asking thee about Dhul Qarnayn. Say, I will tell you some of his story. So the one is telling the story about his real life experience is Allah. That is not a dream of Dhul Qarnayn. Oh my.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I am going to ask you a question, and you tell me whether this verse of the Quran is literal or metaphorical. Please, just tell me. This verse states, those who swear allegiance to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam swear allegiance to Allah. The hand of Allah is over their head. Now, we know that when the Muslims were swearing allegiance to Muhammad, peace be upon him, the hand of Muhammad, peace be upon him, was over their hand. This verse is saying the hand of Allah is over their hand. So tell me whether Allah is Muhammad or not. Okay, then read the rest of the verse. It says, whoever breaks his oath breaks it to his own loss. And whoever fulfills the covenant he has made with Allah, he will surely give him a great reward. The covenant is been made with Muhammad, peace be upon him. So, is it acceptable to interpret this verse to mean that Allah is Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam? Show me from the context, the preceding verses and the verses afterwards, if you like, whether this verse is literal or metaphorical. Can we say, on the basis of this verse, that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is Allah himself, not God the Son, but God himself? It is a stronger verse than any Christian can produce, claiming that Jesus is God. Tell me whether this is literal, that the hand of Allah is the hand of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Your mind.
My friend, first of all, there's... Am I heard? Am I heard, guys? You hear me? Okay. Listen, first of all, Muhammad is Allah, and Allah is not Muhammad, which means Allah is a fiction. Muhammad is the true God. Muhammad, he made many verses in the Quran, says, obey Allah and the Messenger. If Muhammad is not God, and Allah is not fiction, why Muhammad saying you have to obey Allah and Muhammad? I thought Muhammad, he speak for Allah anyway. So why Muhammad, he inserted his name there? If I obey Allah, I will not be obeying Muhammad? Why I need to obey Muhammad? If Muhammad is a true prophet, he should say, obey Allah. That's it. How we go to heaven? By obeying Allah. No. In Islam, you have to obey Allah and to obey Muhammad. Chapter 3, verse number 32. قُلْ أَطِيعُوا اللَّهَ وَالرَّسُولَ فَإِن تَوَلُّوا فَإِنَّ اللَّهَ لَا يُحِبُّ الْكَافِرِينَ. So the one who don't obey Muhammad is a kafir. So what is the condition to be a believer is not to obey Allah, is to obey Muhammad. So yes, Allah and Muhammad is one, but Allah doesn't exist, which means the true God in Islam is Muhammad. In chapter 3 verse number 132, Muhammad, he says the same, وَأَطِيعُوا اللَّهَ وَالرَّسُولَ, obey Allah and the messenger. So what? So you will be forgiven. Why? Why I need to obey Muhammad? Muhammad is a human being. He do sin. He make mistakes. The Quran confirms he's a sinner. Shouldn't I just obey Allah? No. Muhammad is more important than Allah. As an example, the Quran says you do mut'ah. Muhammad later he said you don't do mut'ah. Which one you Muslims you follow? Muhammad or Allah? Muhammad. Is that correct? So Muhammad is a lot more important than Allah himself. You know mine. Do you scam your follower? Yeah, I no problem, Hat. Do you have a problem with that? I am like your prophet who collect money if somebody want to consult with me. Anyone want to consult me, you have to pay me money. I'm Muhammad. Do you want me to show you a verse from the Quran that the prophet said that if you want to come to me and ask me questions, you have to pay me? There's a verse in the Quran confirming that your prophet is the same as a Pepsi Cola machine. He have a hole in the side, you put coins, he give you cola. You want to talk to God, the God of Muhammad, you have to put coins in the pocket of Muhammad. You want to talk about that? We are not changing topic, guys. Listen to this. When we ask the Muslims a question, they go in a circle and they will never ever answer the question. Muhammad, he said clearly that the sun goes every day from point A to point B, and yet they don't want to answer. And then he gave me a verse saying that the hand of Allah, but Allah have a hand. Muhammad, he confirmed that Allah is a physical being. He have a hand, he have a shin, he have a foot. So this is not even metaphorical. So even the one you are talking about, it's not metaphorical. Who said it's metaphorical? Let me ask you, dialogues. Do your God Allah have a foot and hand and face? Physically, or he don't? You might.
Thank you, but we just took that, I presented that verse. If the conclusion from the verse is Allah is Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, then Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he had a hand, he had a leg, he had a chin, he had a face.
No, this is what I said. I said Allah does not exist. And Muhammad is the one you worship. You see, Muhammad, he says there's God. His name is Allah. You pray for him, you worship him, I am just his slave. But in reality, you Muslims never heard Allah, never saw even anything about this Allah, and you have only one person you obey. You don't even obey Allah. And I will prove my point in a second. The Quran says you do mut'ah. Does the Quran anywhere, you are the one who said if something contradicts the Quran, we should not take it, right? Okay. The Quran says we do mut'ah. Chapter 4, verse 24. Do you do mut'ah, or you do what Muhammad ordered you? Which not to do mut'ah no more? You might.
So you are changing the subject. Now, did Jesus condemn David?
You see, guys, I am the one who changed the subject. You are the one who mentioned to me that is Muhammad God, aren't you? Guys, isn't it him? You did. I'm just getting you busted. If you Muslims obey Allah, how come you don't practice mut'ah, which Allah ordered you to do, and you follow and obey Muhammad, which he forbid you from doing it? You might.
Thank you, Christian Prince. The context in which I brought up the verse was literal or metaphorical. You can talk about this subject day and night.
And I answer you, it is literal, because Allah, he have a hand, and Allah have a shin, and Allah have a leg. It's not metaphorical. Prove it wrong. All the Muslim Sunni, they agree that Allah is a physical being, with no exception. And all the Muslim Sunni agree that Allah have a foot, have a hand, have a face. All what they know, we do not know how Allah look like. And you want me to get you busted more? I can show you. Your prophet is speaking about the look of Allah. Do you want to see that? Or you will tell me that you know more than your God? What? Your prophet, he confirmed, like, you know, they asked Muhammad, are we going to see Allah in, you know, in the judgment day? Are you going to see him? He said yes. Do you bother from seeing the sun in a clear sky? They said no. Do you bother from seeing the moon in a clear sky? They said no. He said this is how you will see Allah. And then they asked him how we will recognize him. He said Allah will come to you in a shape other than the one which you know, which you saw. In what? In a shape. So Allah literally have a shape. That is not a metaphorical. And then the Muslims, when they see Allah in that shape, they will say to him, you are not our Lord. So Allah will come back to them in a shape which they like. Which what? They like. And then they will say, there's no doubt that you are our God. So what are you talking about? Yes, this is literal, and your God, Allah, have a leg. Your God, and not only this, they said to him, and how we will recognize him? He said from his shin. From what? From his shin. You will recognize Allah from the shin. Let me give you the reference. Here we go. This is the link for those who are seeking reference. Jonathan, don't tell me how I do my room, please. You can open your room and you can do whatever you want. Guys, open the link. What was the question? The Muslims are asking, are we going to see Allah? So this is about a physical scene. This is not metaphorical. And your prophet, he compared between seeing Allah and seeing the sun and the moon. Is that correct, guys? Do you see it? So this is must be what? This is about a physical scene. And then the story gets more complicated and more ugly. Muhammad, he says that Allah will come to you in a shape. Read with me, guys. This is not my translation. This is not my translation. This is the Muslims' translation. Alright? Allah will come to them in a shape. Read with me. Other than they knew or they know. And will say, I am your Lord. They will say, we seek refuge with Allah from you. Is that metaphorical? No. Allah is coming, Allah is being seen, Allah is being rejected, and the Muslim, they say to Allah, we seek refuge from you, which means they are, excuse my language, they are kicking his ass. Get out of here, you are not Allah. As simple as that. So now Allah, he cry, he go home to his closet, he come back with different shape. What? He come back with different shape. And that shape is the one they know. And he will say to them, I am your Lord. Then they will say, no doubt you are our Lord. And they will follow him. Is that a metaphorical? No. That is Allah himself being seen and coming in a shape. And he have two shapes. Shape number A and shape number B. First shape, maybe it was Santa Claus, or maybe the shape of Jesus, so they don't like him. This is what you did with the guys. This is what the Muslims did with Jesus. Jesus come to them in a shape they don't like. It's a shape of a man. So they said to him, get away. We seek refuge from God, from you. This is what they do for Jesus. They rejected Jesus for his shape. Do you see it, guys? Be my witness. The Muslims, they reject God just because he changed his shape. This is how stupid this religion is. They are the same as a chicken, baby chickens who follow a shape. They don't follow the true mother. You see, if you have a bunch of, what they call the baby chicken chick? What they call them, chick? What they call them? The baby chicken. Chicks. So if you have a new baby chicks, if a cat walk in front of them, they follow it, even if the cat is going to eat them. Is that correct? Is that true? They are following anything is moving, shape. Muslims, they follow a shape. They don't care who is God. Look, their God himself is coming to them and saying, I am your God. And yet the Abduls, they kick the ass of their God and they say to him, get lost. You are not our God. What is the problem? They don't like his shape. Pagans. Pagans are those who follow shape. Their God is not important. What is important is the shape. Do you have anything to say, Mr. Dialogues? Did he leave? Oh boy. He left? We heard his feeling. He's here. I don't see him. Oh, here we go. Dialogue, are you there? Are you going to say to me this is a metaphorical too? So do Allah have, and not only this, by the way, I did not mention the whole story, but I want to give you the mic. And then they said to him, how will you recognize him? How will you recognize him? He said it from his shin. His what? His shin. Your mic.
Yeah, there's no problem there. Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam had his shin. They saw his shin in the battles that Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam had to fight. So why not?
Why Allah have a shin? This is the question. I'm not asking why Muhammad have a shin. Are you crazy? Why Allah has a shin? Your mic.
But you accepted the verse I gave in which, according to your style of interpretation, Muhammad is Allah.
Not my style. I prove it. There's no Allah. It's a fiction, and Muhammad is the true God. However, that verse has nothing to do even with my topic. You see, because you notice that you cannot answer an error, scientific error, stupid error in the Quran, and mention in the Hadith, and mention in the interpretation. So you try to jump like a monkey from here to there. When you're a prophet, he mentioned the sun goes every day from point A to point B. Is that a metaphorical? No. You said we cannot accept anything contradict the Quran, and yet there's nothing contradict the Quran. Even your prophet himself is quoting the verse from the Quran to prove the sun prostrate every day. The Quran confirmed the sun set in the murky water. What your answer? Nothing. You jump. You talk about the hand of Allah. So now we move to the Allah body part. Yes, Allah have a body part. He have a hand, he have a foot, he have an ass, he have a face, he have ears. And the fact he look exactly like a man. And when I ask you, which one you obey, you refuse to answer. Do you obey Allah or you obey Muhammad? Dialogue. To prove to you, as long as you are the one who would jump into this topic, let us see who is Allah and who is the true God. Is Allah is the true God of Islam or Muhammad? I say Muhammad. You say Allah. Can you prove it? Allah says you do pray 3 times in the Quran. Muhammad says you pray 5. What Muslims do? They follow Muhammad. Allah says in the Quran you do muta. Muhammad said don't do muta no more. What Muslims do? They follow Muhammad. Name one thing for me. Muhammad he say, and he lose, and Allah win. The only one Muhammad lose in the front of Allah when Muhammad he promised his wives not to have sex with his slaves no more. So he made a verse claiming it's coming from Allah, saying to him, why you forbid having sex with the girls, huh? Huh? Obviously he is making the verse. It's for his benefit. The chapter of the Tahrim, verse number 1. Lima tuharrim. Allah saying to him, why you are forbidding what Allah he gave lawful for you? He got horny again. He promised his wife he will not do it again. And now he have to make it legal. And right away, Muhammad he got the answer. The answer is what? Allah gave him a verse. And what the verse saying? Why you are forbidding what Allah made lawful for you? And then Aisha, she noticed that Muhammad is a liar. She said to him that your God, he rushed into your desire, Muhammad. Inni ara rabbuka yusari'u ila hawak. Ya Muhammad, I just seen that your God, he rushed into your desire, Muhammad. And what is the desire of Muhammad? Always is about sex. Look guys what Aisha she found. Aisha is smart, not stupid. She got him busted. She felt jealous and she knew that this is his fabrication. Who cares if he is out or in? He's not answering anyway. Guys, if you think I'm answering the Muslims, you are wrong. I'm not answering the Muslims. Trust me, those Muslims, they know that they are liars. I am here to teach the Christians so they can get Islam busted wherever they go. And if there is a good Muslim, he have a brain and he have dignity, he will leave this cult. Guys, imagine if somebody says to Jesus, forgive me, Lord, for saying that. I see that your Lord rushed to satisfy your desire, Jesus. None of us will follow Jesus. Such a Jesus, we don't want to belong to him. We follow Jesus the Holy. We have millions of reasons to believe that Jesus is God. Number 1 is his holiness. Number 2 is his holiness. Number 3 is their holiness and his miracles. The first thing you have to follow is holiness. This man and his God, they are nothing but full of filth. From teaching women to rend themselves, rend their vagina, to do one night stand, teach men to beat their wives, to cheat on their wives, to abuse their wives, to ride their neighbors, to steal their money, to lie. Muhammad, he said you can lie in 3 cases to your family, your friends, and your enemy. Who's left? For God's sake, who's left? What Jesus said about lying. Jesus even forbid us from taking an oath. He said either you say yea, yea, or nay, nay. Is that correct? And anything additional is from the devil. You don't swear. You don't swear by God, I swear. You know, this is from the devil. You should be always truthful. Muhammad giving license for lying, and he is saying it's good. So we have billions of reasons to follow Jesus and to feel disgusted from the man, his name is Muhammad. Now we go back to, as long as we have Nightmare here. Nightmare. We were talking about where the sun set, and it's set in the murky water. What is your comment about that? Your mind.
Okay, we already talked about that. The best interpretation, explanation of it, he gave it to you. We don't know what the prophet, how the sun, tashju, to God. We don't know how that happened. It's something which is min al-ghaybiyat, for God. But Muhammad, he was not talking about
the verse that you have in the chapter about the sunset in murky water, because it doesn't make sense. Because he asked the guy, "Do you know where the sun is?" But what he already, according to you, he already say where it said. According to you, it said in the murky water. Then why he is asking him? Didn't he already say that in the Quran? So why he is asking, "Do you know where?" It just doesn't make sense. So he was talking about something else, not about the answer.
Abdul, listen. First of all, the story, we do not know the order of the story. I mean, when this hadith is mentioned, it's before the verse, after the verse, so you are assuming. Secondly, even when the Jews, they asked Muhammad about Zul Qarnayn, Muhammad did not give the answer. Who said that he did? He did not. He took a lot of time to do his research, to search the internet, let us say. Because the verse, if you go and read the verse, the book of Asbab al-Nuzul, chapter 18, verse number 83, you will see that they asked him, but he did not give the answer. He need to search. He claimed that he waited for his God to give him the answer. But what Muhammad did, he searched, and he found many legions, and he believed in those legions to be the accurate answer to give. This is why he got himself busted. And actually, this is how they asked, why they asked him the question, to get him busted. They made him believe that Zul Qarnayn is a prophet. And they made him believe that if you do not know what Zul Qarnayn is about, it means he is a false prophet. So the Jews, they did ask him the question in a purpose, and the purpose to get him busted, and they did. And then he come with this fiction story. And regardless if Muhammad, he said that in the verse or not, the verse there is speaking about where the sun set. He found it where the sun set, but doesn't say where the sun set. It says in the murky water, but where's the murky water? Nobody knows. Here Muhammad is giving you more details. That murky water is under the throne of Allah. Remember, Muhammad, he said that Allah, before he created everything, there was nothing but Allah, and his throne was above the water. Correct, Nightmare? There was nothing but Allah and his throne above the water. Can you tell me where the water was? Nightmare? If Allah did not create the earth and the heaven yet, Allah, his throne in the top of the water. Which water? Your mind.
Okay. You say that the murky, you know, the water it's under the throne of Allah. That's where the sun set. It was under the throne of Allah. So you're trying to say that the way he walked until he reached the throne of Allah, it doesn't make sense. He has to be in the earth, not in under the throne of Allah, because he was just walking. So,
my friend, when Zul Qarnayn, he found the sun sitting in the murky water. Is that murky water in earth, or it is in heaven? Your mind.
it has to be on earth, not on heaven. Your mind.
That's wonderful. So when Muhammad, he says that Allah, when he created everything, there was nothing but him and his throne above the water, that explains. Zul Qarnayn, he found the sun sitting place, which is hot murky water. Muhammad saying the sun set every day under the throne of Allah. The throne of Allah is above the water. I think the image is so clear. Is that correct, guys? Where is the throne of Allah according to Muhammad? Above the water. Where is the sunset according to the chapter 18? In the murky water. Where is the sun goes every day in the sunset time? Under the throne of Allah. So the throne of Allah in the top of the water, and the water is the hot water. and that is in the earth. And that will show you how stupid Islam is. Your mind.
ووجد عند قوما. So you're trying to say that he found people living next to the throne of Allah? Does this make sense to you? He is talking about something in the earth, not on heaven. Your mind.
Guys, Nightmare is asking me if that makes sense. I mean, anything Muhammad he said makes sense. Like, does it make sense to say the women she have a breast testicles, and the man have a sperm coming from his backbone? It doesn't make sense that your God, he says that you know, the earth in one verse created before the sky, the trees, the water, the fish, and different verse he says before, no, the sun was first, and then we created the trees, and etc. Does it make sense? Nothing makes sense. Does it make sense that if you know, your prophet he say if the man have orgasm first, the baby will be a boy, and if the women have orgasm, the baby will be a girl? You are talking about sense, my friend. Sense what? That is sense of a humor. It's a joke. Does it make sense that God he sit in the top of a rooster? And this rooster, his feet is in the ground and his head in the sky? Does it make sense that Suleiman he have a flying carpet, and this flying carpet can carry 600,000 chairs? Does it make sense that Suleiman he go to the bathroom and they steal the genie he steal his ring, and then he start effing his wives? Does it make sense that genie can sleep with women who they are human? Does it make sense that Shaitan he have a penis in the right leg and a vagina in the left leg, and he if himself by shaking his legs? And you are talking to me about sense? That's a lot of sense. And then after he if himself, he laid in eggs, and then from every egg there is 70 shaitan and 70 female shaitan come from it. And you are talking about sense? That's crazy. A Muslim talking about sense. Does it make sense that women she have half a brain because she have a period? Does it make sense that women they will go to hell because she have a period? That is the most stupid argument ever I heard. A prophet of God saying to women, "Oh women, give charity." Why, prophet? Because I saw most of you will go to hell. Why, prophet? Because you are ungrateful to your husbands and you have period. Like, what the heck? I understand and grateful, but I can't understand that women they will go to hell because they have period. I mean, is that their fault? Am I going to punish them, send them to hell because they have period, when I am the one who made them, created them with period? And you are talking about make sense? Let us see what this guy Hat want to say. How are you, Mr. Hat? Your mic. Okay, Mr. Hat, thank you for voting. So, Nightmare, don't talk about sense, please, because talking about sense will give you a heart attack. Your mind.
Okay. All scholars, you know, Nukatir, Qurtubi, Tabari, all of them, they did not interpret that the sun sense set literally. Qurtubi says, no, it's impossible. The sun is bigger than the earth, you know. And those scholars, they existed before the discovery that the earth rotates around the sun. And yet, they did not understand the sun set the way you did. So this is your
Hey, Abdul, I am not the one giving interpretation. Stop lying. I showed you the hadith. In the same time, you say all the scholars don't agree. No, the scholars agree. The scholars agree. You want to tell me Ibn Kathir don't agree? Ibn Kathir, he got busted in many places. Here he's trying to be smart. Ibn Kathir is not really an old generation scholar. You know, in his time things getting better and smarter. So he's trying to correct the scam in the Quran. But your prophet, he got everything get busted. When your prophet, he says the sun set in under the throne of Allah and the sun travel, then the sun travel. Your prophet saying that the sun move from point A to point B. I'm not the one saying that. The funny, even your prophet, he quote the verse when he speak about that. Let us read again. Read for me this one. This one shorter. Nightmare. And this is the Arabic. Well, the Arabic is not coming in Paltalk, so I will give you the link. Let us see. He said, do you know where the sun, in the time of the sunset, do you know where the sun goes? So the sun what? Goes. And then your prophet, he elaborates and he says, Allah and his apostle of the answer, he said, it goes to prostrate. So your prophet explaining the sunset movement. And he claimed that the sun is going. Do you see it? So it is not me. So you want to tell me Ibn Kathir didn't agree? Agree with what? Agree with what? And let us all go to Ibn Kathir and see what Ibn Kathir he says about different verse. Hold on. Remember, you are the one who named Ibn Kathir, right? All right. Was all right. Ibn Kathir. You said Ibn Kathir, right? Let us see what Ibn Kathir says. Read with me. This is Ibn Kathir. Ibn Kathir, he said exactly what your prophet said. The sun goes every day and stay under the beneath of the throne of Allah. Guys, does it say that? Does it say that? And this is the link. And you are the one who mentioned that Ibn Kathir don't agree. Ibn Kathir don't agree that the sun set in the murky water, but he got himself busted here. Your mic.
Talking about the verse where about the Qarnayn. That's what.
So Ibn Kathir was smart there, he's stupid here. In that verse was smart. In this verse is donkey. Is that what you are saying? What's wrong with you? Either he's right or he's stupid. So what we get from this, as long as you like Ibn Kathir, you're the one who mentioned to me Ibn Kathir. And now Ibn Kathir is a donkey. Ibn Kathir, he agreed that the sun goes every day in the sunset time from point A to point B. As long as you like Ibn Kathir, well, this is Ibn Kathir. And he is supposedly the smartest between you. And he is quoting the same hadith of your prophet from Sahih al-Bukhari to explain it. The same hadith. Ibn Kathir is quoting the hadith to explain where the sun goes every day. Not me. Mr. Hat, are you there? You're mine. We cannot hear you, Mr. Scumbag. The one who do scam is people like you. We don't do scam. The one who do scam is the one who promise people if you believe in him, he will give them endless penis. Anyone heard of me, guys, promising you an endless penis? I'm not a pimp who promise women if you believe in me. That's your prophet. God is not a vagina vendor. So am I. If I don't accept such a thing for myself, how you Muslims accept that God, he give vagina out? You know what Judgment Day is going to be, my friend, for Muslims? Is the day of vagina. Because every one of you is dreaming about the vagina, not about God. None of you want to meet Allah. You want to meet a lot of vagina. You pray, you fast, you go to jihad, you screw yourself, you make yourself pieces in suicide bombing for one reason, to have sex with vagina. You Muslims are vagina worshipping people. Pure sexual religion. Nothing there but penis and vagina. And the funny, this prophet, because he's so intelligent and he exaggerates in his lies, he promised you endless penis. I mean, this is an endless lie. Endless penis? It is nothing but an endless lie. How in the world somebody is going to have an endless penis? You live in heaven, but your penis in the 7-8 galaxy? And it's keep going? That is God? And you are talking about scam? What is bigger than this scam? Islam is the biggest scam on earth. No one can beat such a scam. And you Muslims are so stupid to believe in this garbage, that there is a God. If we believe in him, he will give us even 80,000 little boys. And those boys are so handsome, so pretty. Man, that's amazing. Is that really what happened every day? You Muslims dream about dying to get the virgins and the boys and a river of honey, a river of wine. That is God? A casino? A nightclub? A pimp? Sex vendor? You're my nightmare.
I heard you at the beginning saying that Muhammad says the best people of you as the one who put the infidel on chain, and I already explained that verse, that verse to you, and you.
Don't change the topic right now. Focus with me. How you stay as a Muslim after you see such a stupid mistake in the Quran, teaching that the sun physically move every day during the sunset. Seriously. Isn't it this is enough for you to believe and to know that Muhammad is a false prophet and his God is a false God? Isn't it enough? Who am I?
All right. Let me the way how I understand that hadith. He say, Abu Dhar, he say, I entered the mosque. While the Prophet, he was inside the mosque. Okay? Then he told him, do you know where this sun is? Just for me, it doesn't make sense. Because he was already inside the mosque. So where did he say the sun set? If they were outside.
You see, Abdul, I don't know how smart you are. What inside the mosque? What is outside the mosque? What are you talking about? Are you serious? It's during the sunset. And where you get that this is inside the mosque? The Prophet asked me at the sunset, do you know where the sun goes? So they are visibly, they are able to see that it is sunset time. And my friend, if you are inside the mosque or outside the mosque, there is no electricity at that time, and you will notice right away that the sun is going, because this is the only lighting they have. So let us say I am inside my room right now, and the only light come to me is from my window. And now the light is disappearing. Should I be genius to know that this is the sunset time? That's very naive of you. So in the sunset time, the messenger, he asked me. So what was happening at that time? The sunset time. Where the sun goes, the sun goes. The question is very clear. Where the sun goes to prostrate itself. And I gave you even Ibn Kathir, which he agreed, and he used even the same hadith to explain the verse in the Quran. Oh my.
Hadith that you gave me the link, and it starts with I enter the mosque. You give me different hadith. I enter the Dahantul Masjid. I enter the mosque. The Prophet is inside the mosque. So he told him, do you know where Aina Hadi? This. Where? From inside you pointing there.
Yeah, from inside. Do he need to go outside to show him where the sun set, Abdul? He is inside the mosque and there's no light no more when the sun set. So he says to him, do you know where the sun goes? What was the occasion? During the sunset time. And what is the mosque at that time? They don't even have windows at that time. Did you ever see houses in Saudi Arabia before the oil time? It's a house of, the house is like house of dogs. It's not even not even 1 meter high. What houses? So it's obvious where the sun goes. It's getting darker. So he's inside, he's outside, and this is not the topic. The topic is during the sunset. Muhammad says, where the sunset? Let us say they are not even exist in this earth. Muhammad is in the moon, and this guy is with him, and he said to him, do you know where the sun set? So what Muhammad is speaking about what is about the sunset, and he explained where the sun set. This is the hadith I gave you from the beginning. Never mind.
Okay. The word this in English is demonstrative pronoun. You talk about something that you can see, it's front of you. You demonstrate to me this. You mean we both see.
Abdul, there is different sun to say this, you idiot. You say this sun, it means there's two sun, and there's three sun, and there's four sun. You must be stupid mental. What's this sun? There's only one sun. Do we have 10? So if I say to someone, where is the sun goes, that will not be accurate. I have to say to him, where is this sun goes? As if we have two suns, or three. Abdul, and it doesn't even say that in Arabic. Read with me in Arabic. Huh? قال كنت مع النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم في المسجد عند غروب الشمس قال يا أبا ذر أتدري أين تغرب الشمس؟ قلت الله ورسوله أعلم. قال فإنها تذهب حتى تسجد تحت العرش. And then he quote the verse for you. So your prophet is saying the sun goes. And obviously this is a stupid statement. Oh my.
The one that you gave me, يا أبا ذر هل تدري أين تذهب هذه? Did you see the one that you gave me the link? Your mind.
Where أين تذهب هذه؟ أين تذهب هذه الشمس? Do you know where the sun goes? It's a stupid statement actually, because there's only one sun. There's no need to say where this sun goes. There's where the sun goes. Doesn't make any difference anyway. Where the sun goes. So this sun, where is the sun, doesn't make any difference because there's only one sun. Do we have two suns who appear on us on this earth? No. So we are talking about sunset, one sun, one star, and that's it. You know, everybody obviously is laughing because you are, as a Muslim, you have to get away with this. This is garbage, and this alone will expose Muhammad to be a false prophet. Let me give you a different hadith. This one will get your prophet more busted. Who is interested, guys, with $1 million hadith? Who wanna have it? But you promise me if I post it for you, you save it. Who wanna have it? You promise you will save it? Okay, well if you don't do it, I'm going to ask Allah to curse you and make your penis only 60 meters tall when you go to heaven of Allah. Only 60 meters, which will make it very short. And you will be so ashamed in the front of the virgins in the heaven. Here we go. Read with me this hadith. Open the hadith, the nightmare. Open it. Your prophet here is giving more description. Giving what? More description. And the description is about the sun rising and the sun going down. Let us read together. Who wanna take the mic and read the hadith for us, guys? So I can take a break, make some tea. Who can take the mic and read it for us in English? Anyone? As you see, I'm coughing. I need to make some tea. Anyone wanna take the mic and read the hadith for us? Nobody? Nobody? Okay, so Razi, the mic is yours.
Give me one, please. One, please. Okay. Do you know where the sun goes? He replied, Allah and his apostle know best. He, the holy prophet, observed, verily, if the sun glides till it reaches its resting place under the throne, then it falls prostrate and remains there until it is asked, rise up and go to the place whence you came, and it goes back and continues emerging out from its rising place, and then glides till it reaches its place of rest under the throne and falls prostrate and remains in the rest and remains in that state until it is asked, rise up and return to the place
His
where
voice is
you
low.
came, and it returns and emerges out from its rising place, and it doesn't make sense here, and it glides in such a normal way that the people do not discern anything unusual in it till it reaches its one second, okay, till it reaches, rise up and emerge out from the place of your setting, and it will rise from the place of its setting. The messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, do you know when it will happen? It will happen at the time when faith will not benefit one who has not previously believed or has derived no good from the faith. That was the end of the reading. Thank you.
All right. Well, as we see here, guys, in the hadith, it's very clear that he's talking about the rising place of the sun and the setting place of the sun, and how Allah, he ordered the sun to rise again. The sun set down. Do you see it? Look what it says. Muhammad, he says, do you know where the sun goes? They reply, the group, not only one. Allah and his messengers know best. He, Allah, Prophet, observed verily it, which means the sun, glides till it reach its resting place under the throne. Then it falls prostrate and remains there until it's asked to raise up and goes to the place where whence you comes, and it goes back, continue emerging out from its rising place and then it glides till it reaches its place of rest under the throne and fall prostrate and remains in that state until it's asked to raise up again and return to the place where it's coming from. So this is the course of the sun every day, every day, every day. I think now it's very clear, correct? I think there's no more explanation than this. Right? It goes, it's sun, it's set, he ordered her to raise again, he ordered to go down, etc. And it keep going in such a cycle. So Muhammad is explaining how the sun moves every day, and by doing that he explained that he is a false prophet. What do you say, Nightmare? Do you have anything now? Do you still resist the evidence? No, Mike?
Because at the end of the hadith, he said, do you know when this is going to happen? Even this thing hasn't happened yet? I don't understand at the end of the hadith. You're right.
Well, this is why, because your Arabic is very funny. The end of the hadith is speaking about the judgment day, where the sun will come from the west. So the sun keep coming normally as we see it until now, until one day in the judgment day. The sun asks Allah to go and prostrate as usual, and Allah then he will reject that and he will order the sun to come from the west. So that will happen once only at the end of time. So your prophet is prophesying the movement of the sun, explaining the sun today, and prophesying about the sun in the judgment day is going to come from the west. And I believe this is a clear evidence that Muhammad is a false prophet. But if you still want to go in denial, this is your business. You know what how more we can show that obviously Muhammad is fabricating false explanation for the movement of the sun. It cannot be more clear than this. The Quran, the Hadith, everything confirm that this Allah, he have no idea, he's not exist, and Muhammad is one claiming that he have knowledge from his God, making false statement. And I'm very thankful actually that Muhammad, he keep talking. The more he talk, the more he expose himself. Your mic, Nightmare.
Okay. The Quran does not talk about the sun, yet, in what do you call it, in the way how is in the hadith. You know, you're telling me the Quran agree with the hadith? No, it does not.
Hold on. Even your prophet, he is quoting the Quran. Don't you see him? Don't you see the Quran? Your prophet is quoting the Quran to explain. Even Ibn Kathir, he quote the same verse we're talking about. Your beloved scholar Ibn Kathir, he quote the same, to explain that verse, he quote this hadith to explain how the sun have a course. And I give you the link. This is why you see in the hadith it says, and this is why it was recited, the verse that the sun it run into its course. وَالشَّمْسُ تَجْرِي لِمُسْتَقَرٍ لَهَا. There we go. This is the hadith. So the hadith itself is quoting that verse, which is explaining what this verse means about the course of the sun. The course of the sun is every day going from point A to point B. Oh my.
I don't know what time you say the sun set in the Mercury bar. Then another time you say the sun set under the tree, under the throne of God. So
you know, I don't know how stupid you are, Nightmare. It's not me who's saying that. It's your Quran. Is it me who said the sun set in the murky water first of all? No, it's your Quran. Is it me who said that the sun set under the throne of Allah? No, it's your prophet. So it's not me. You're mine.
No, when the Quran says that sun set under the water, all scholars they say it not literally. You're the one who interpret that literally, not the scholars.
Okay, let us get you busted. Did he say all the scholars don't agree? Did he say that? Here we go. This is Al-Jalalain. This is Al-Jalalain. My tea is singing, hold on. Otherwise it's going to make noise. Oh boy. Stupid Abduls, what we can do. Now, what's happening with this? Guys, is YouTube working? Is YouTube still working? No? Is YouTube working or not? Looks like this broadcast is not successful. Alright, let's go to Al-Jalalain. In Al-Jalalain, it says the following. You said the scholars don't agree, right? Alright. Let us see if this is true. This is Al-Jalalain. And you said Al-Qurtubi don't agree, right? Read Al-Jalalain. Read it, Nightmare, and I will give you Al-Qurtubi, you're mine.
Look, what do you need to read? What is there? It's described as seen from the perspective of the eye of others. You know, he's talking about the same thing.
Where it says as seen from perspective, what are you talking about? Where it says that? Where it says that? Here we go. This is Al-Jalalain. Where it says that? Your mic. Read.
Where it says that. Did you read it? It looks negatively that containing henna, which is black clay. Its setting is spring. It is described as seen from the perspective of the eye of the others.
Nightmare, where are you reading? What are you reading, please? Are you reading what I'm posting for you, or you are reading something else? What are you reading? You said all the scholars say that this is metaphorical. Right? This is Al-Jalalain. Read it for us. You said all the scholars, right? You mentioned Al-Qurtubi and you mentioned all the scholars. This is Al-Jalalain, and I will give you Al-Qurtubi. You're mine.
No, I'm reading from the point that he posted. Ask your friend, ask your followers to read it. I'm reading from what he posted. is described as seen from the perspective. You know what is perspective?
I don't know what you're talking about, Nightmare. I'm reading what I'm posting. It says it clearly. Enter, read with me, read with me, read with me. Enter when he reached the setting of the sun, the place where it set. He found it sitting in a muddy spring. So this is what the Quran is saying. A spring contained hama, which a black clay it is sitting in. Spring, described as seen from the perspective of the eye. Otherwise, it is far larger in size than the world, right? So you are saying the scholar, he's saying this is the perspective of the eye, but the verse doesn't say that. The verse saying that he found it sitting. This is what I'm posting you. This is a translation if you're a scholar. So he found it sitting. He found it what? Sitting. So what your scholar is saying, that Alexander the Great, he saw it this way, right? But this is not what the Quran is saying. The Quran is saying that Allah is talking, not Alexander the Great. Allah reporting for us. Who's talking there, Nightmare? Is Allah. What Allah is saying? He found it sitting. So if this case is true, it means Allah is a stupid and he is reporting falsely. And he is using wrong language. He should say, so he thought it sat in the murky water. But look what the verse is saying. He found next to it people. Where is that place where the sun set and next to it there is people? Your mind.
So you posted Jalalain, you thought Jalalain agree with you. No, the Jalalain just agree with Qurtubi and Ibn Kathir.
No, Jalalain agree with me. I gave you a Jalalain to show you the translation. The translation is so clear. This is what the Quran is saying. The rest is his opinion. And there's nowhere it says there that he thought it is the sunset in the murky water. Does it say that? This is a Jalalain saying he found it sitting. So this is what the Quran is saying. The rest is a Jalalain saying. So what the Quran is saying is clear. What a Jalalain is saying is just to explain how we can get away from this. So the scholars agree with me. This is exactly what the Quran is saying. The rest is an opinion of a bunch of liars trying to cover the Quran. And you are the one who mentioned to me Ibn Kathir, aren't you? Aren't you the one who mentioned to me Ibn Kathir? Okay, well, look what Ibn Kathir he said. Ibn Kathir, he is the same story. He refused to accept that Alexander the Great, he found the sunset in the murky water. But look what he said about the place where the sun set, or the course of the sun. Ibn Kathir believed that the sun go and prostrate every day under the throne. And then it asks Allah for permission, as is mentioned in the hadith. And then Ibn Kathir, he quote the same hadith we are reading from. And this is the hadith. So Ibn Kathir, the same guy who you are quoting, which is rejecting the meaning of that verse of Al-Qur'an, is confirming that the sun goes every day from point A to point B. So either way, your prophet is getting busted. You try to run away from the story of Alexander the Great. You say the scholars don't say that. No, the scholars, they say that. Do you see? The scholars agree that the sun goes every day and sit under the throne of Allah. Your mind.
Okay. I told you that Qurtubi Ibn Kathir, they did not interpret the verse that the way how you did. You told me the Jalalain agree with me, and you look for Jalalain and you post the Jalalain, and Jalalain agree with Kathir Qurtubi. Your mind, and he disagree with you.
Well, Jalalain, he have no base of what he's saying, because the Quran is so clear. All what he is saying, he is adding things that's not in the Quran, saying from the way he saw it in by the eye. But the one is talking there is not Zulqarnain. Who is the one who's talking there? It's Allah. Reporting what? What happened, not what Zulqarnain he saw, what he found. Guys, somebody post for us chapter 18, verse number 86. Read it. Who is the one who's talking there? Nightmare. Allah. So he keep walking until when he reach the sitting place. You see, Allah is saying he. It's not Alexander the Great speaking. Until he reach. Then and Allah continues saying, he found it. Now the Muslim, they put between two brackets as if. It doesn't say that in the Quran. And you speak Arabic there. That's a fabrication. So he found it sitting in the murky water. So Allah is reporting what he found. So how the Muslim, they lie and they say that this is how it as it appeared to him, when the Quran nowhere mentioned that this is as it appeared to him. Your mind.
Okay, but let me finish my point. I want to interrupt. So, if let's say I took a trip, then we tell you in the United States, and we kept driving, until we reach the place where the sun set, which is the Atlantic Ocean in California. Everybody's going to understand this physically? No, nobody's going to interpret that physically, only if you are dumb.
This is your statement, Nightmare. Today, because your prophet looked dumb, so you are trying to make it look different. But the Quran is so clear. You speak Arabic, I speak Arabic. Does it say there, it appeared to him as if it was? Or it says he found it? Be honest. Be honest. Does the verse says it appeared to him, or it says he found it sitting? Your mic.
Well, that's the catch. When he used the word he found, that's from the perspective of the guy. If the guy of God, he was talking.
That can be true, because your God, Allah, confirmed and telling the story. This is mean that Allah is stupid too. Because if he found it, you see, if I say he went all the way until he found the sunset place, I am confirming that he found it. When I say he found it, I'm confirming his find. I'm not denying it. And you will notice that your God Allah is talking about two things. He talked about the sunrise and the sunset. If we go just few verses after, alright, you will see that he changed his direction, verse number 92, and then he continue, and then he says that he found where the sun rays. Okay, so now he's talking about two things. He found where the sun rise and where the sun set. If this is from the perspective of this guy, it means this guy is stupid. Because he found nothing. And his find is stupid. So what Allah is telling us here? What is the purpose of this story? He found where the sun set, but there's no place of the sunset. He found where the sun rays, but there's no place for the sunrise. So the story, all of it is stupid. What your God is confirming that he have places. As an example, let's read together. Pause for me verse number 90, please. Neo. Verse number 90. The verse before it says, so he changed his way until he reached where the sun set. And he found there its rise upon people who have no cover upon them. So he reached where the sun rise, and he found there next to it where the sun rise People who have no cover upon them. Now you tell me in geography how we can find this place. If your God is telling us about people where the sunset live, it means your God is stupid, because there's no such a thing. If your God is telling us that this guy, he found nothing because he found a place where the sun set, it means the story is more stupid, because the sun set and the sun rays everywhere, in every point in this earth. So what's the point? Are you following Nightmare? So your God is reporting that this guy, he walked until he reached where the sun rises, and he found it rising on people. Is that from the perspective of eyes? That would be stupid. You see, the first one you play game, you say this is where the sun set in the ocean, so it looked like in the water. Now how he found the sun rise upon people? Jonathan, we are talking, we have a topic. We don't change topic just because somebody is posting something. Alright? Are you listening, Nightmare? The first one you play the game of the sunset in the water. It appears as. Now here it appears as. I can stay in my home forever, and I can witness the sun rise every day. You mind.
Okay, you can describe what the sunset, and you can also describe what sunrise. In the United States, I would tell you in the Atlantic Ocean, like in Florida, the sunrise over there. You can say, I keep driving until I reach where the sun rise.
How this happened? Where the sun rise? Where? No, it says there. You see this? Here there's no ocean. Here there's no sea. There's no water. He found where the sun rise. There's no water there. Actually, it's a mountain area. And he will build a bridge between two mountains to stop the people of Gog and Magog. Read. So he reached the place where the sun rise, and next to it, actually not next to it, sorry. And he found it, what? He found the sun which rays upon people who live there. How you explain that to me? The sun rise upon all people around the earth. You mind?
Yeah, just explain that to you. You know, you can say that, for example, I found the sun rise in the United States in Atlantic Ocean, for example. Yeah, rise from there. Your mind.
I don't know who's stupid here. The guy, he keep walking until he found where the sun rise, and he found it rising upon people. So that is a geographic location. So he moved from where the sun set, and now he is looking where the sun rise. And this is the purpose of his trip, to discover where the sun rise and where the sun set. So where the sun set, he found next to it people, they live there, and where the sun rise, he found the sun rising upon people. And then those people, he built for them in that location a dam. And in that location, there's the people of Gog and Magog. So this is a certain place where the people of Gog and Magog live. And Zulqarnain, he built a dam. And the people of Gog and Magog, according to your prophet, each one of them before he died, he would give birth to 1,000 babies. So imagine how many trillions by now there are, not billions. If we are 7 or 8 billions now, the people of Gog and Magog, they will be X 1,000. For every one of them, he bring 1,000 baby before he died. And imagine before he died, the babies who grow up in a few months, became adult, as your prophet explained, they will have more babies. So this guy, before he died, he will have millions. So where is those billions of Gog and Magog? So this is a place where people of Gog and Magog, they live. And nobody was able to find that dam. Nobody is able to find those people of Gog and Magog, who they sleep in their right ear, as your prophet he claimed, and they are weird. They are not a human. And those people who they are Gog and Magog, they will make a hole in that dam one day, and they will attack the whole earth. So the whole story here is a fiction story. There is a people where the sun set, and the sun set in the murky water, and the Muslims, they say to themselves, this is disgusting, this is stupid. What we can say to people, we can say to them now that the sun is sitting in the water. That's not right. So he tried to get away with it, but the verses is so clear. He found next to the sun sitting place, and the reporter is Allah. You see, if the reporter is a guy, and this guy is not God, and he's reporting the story from the perspective of the eye, as you say, that will be accepted. But the one is reporting the story is Allah. So even if Alexander the Great or Zulqarnain, he found it from his eye point of view, he think Allah should not say such a thing, because that would be stupid. Because he is reporting what he found. He is not reporting what he thought. And there's a huge difference between he found it and he thought it is. The Quran confirmed that he found it next to people who live there. And those people are unique. They have nothing covering them. And those people, they live in the borders with people of Gog and Magog. And that another story in the Quran. Let us hear what Cole want to say, and we'll go back to you, Nightmare. Go ahead, Cole.
Can I have a one? Can I have a one? Okay, yeah. Actually, I want to make a comment on this topic because I've heard it before. The whole that verse is told from the perspective as though it appeared to him. You know, Zulqarnain, he went until it appeared that he found the setting place of the sun. This actually dovetails with another point that I made, and that is too much weight placed on the scholars in Islam. The scholars serve to explain the verses as much as they do to I guess, apologize for it, to try to correct it. The verses of the Quran, to correct the verses of the Quran, I mean. Take this case in point here. The scholar said, well, the verse is written as though it's from his perspective, as though it appeared to him that he found the setting place of the sun. Okay, that is a provable lie. They allow you lie, it's falsehood, and it's provable. Let's do a thought experiment for a second. Let's say that you're in New York, okay? You're in New York at, I don't know, 6 o'clock p.m., okay? To you, it's about sunset. Sunset's in the west, over in California. So you take off heading towards the sunset. And let's say you're in a very, very fast plane, okay? Well, you're on a ball. Earth is a ball that's rotating and revolving around another ball. You will never get any closer to the sunset. No. If you're in New York at 6 o'clock p.m., you take off going west, chasing the sunset. If you're in a very fast vehicle, like a very fast plane, what you're going to see is the sun is going to rise. It's the opposite effect. As you get closer, the sun will appear to be higher in the sky, because while it's 6 o'clock in New York, it's what? Hours later in California, you know, and it's relative. That's not a point of view. It really is 3 o'clock there. It's earlier in the day. The sun is higher. So if you got that, you will never get to the point where from your eye you think the sunset is right there. You know, that'll never happen. I mean, it'll never happen. And again, the sunset, if you wanted to bring the sunset closer to you in time, you would have to go other, as in you would go away from the sunset and it would appear to be setting as you went away from it, as you got further away from it. I mean, and you don't have to be a scientist to see that. You just have to know that the earth is rotating and revolving and such. That's simple stuff. Scholars there in Islam, they don't really function as scholars. See, an actual scholar should have known that a thousand years ago. You know, these are learned people who study this stuff and study other stuff. They should know this. But their job is not to look into it and to help people interpret the Quran as it is written. Their job is to apologize for it, to provide cover to a believer, to whereby he can say, oh, okay, it must mean that, so as to save him from interpreting a contradiction that he can't reconcile, and ergo lose faith in Islam. That's the purpose that the scholars prove. The verses here, the interpretation that this is the way it appeared. It appeared to him that he found 7 places of the sun, and he found the people near it. Well, you never get closer to the sunset. I mean, you just don't. I mean, even if you left the planet, you still wouldn't see the sunset. It just, no, man, it wouldn't matter whether they interpreted 1,000 years ago, because it still is a fact. If you left on horseback, if you moved really, really slow, you would never get closer to the sunset because you couldn't keep up with it. You couldn't keep up with it. The sunset would set faster. The rotation of the earth would spin faster than your horse or your boat could move. So you'd be away from the sunset, and it would still seem to be very, very far away from you. It's not something that you can do. I mean, you cannot get closer to it. It's just not possible. And that was the only comment that I have. That I have some other things, but I don't want to change the topic. Plus, I need to make a call right now anyway. So, thank you for the time. For right now, the mic is free.
Go ahead, man. You mind?
Okay. Paul, the verse, was interpreted like 1,000 years ago, before the discovery of the Earth rotate around the sun. You don't think that it was interpreted just yesterday. So if the scholars, they could have made error. They could have screwed it 1,000 years ago. They did not. They did not interpret the verse the way how a Christian prince did. They should have made that error. They did not make that error. They say, no, it does not mean physically set in the Mercury world.
Hold on, Nightmare. What is the earliest interpretation for the Quran? Which one is the earliest one, you might?
The earliest, the book, not interpretation. You mean the book? It was a Tabari, but Ibn Abbas interpreted the Quran before Tabari. I mean, the book of Tafsir was the Tabari. It does not mean the earliest interpretation. Ibn Abbas existed long before Yom.
And what At-Tabari he said about this verse? Did he say that he found it sitting in a black mud? You might.
In the Tabari?
Yeah. Yeah. Did he say that? You might.
Well, the one I checked, he checked Ibn Kathir and Qurtubi. And the recent scholars, I'm not going to mention the other. I took only the previous one I checked.
See, a second ago, you were talking about 1,000 years ago, they interrupt the verse in the same way. And then when I asked you which one is the earliest interpretation, you stop saying blah, 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 blah. Well, At-Tabari, he agreed with me. This is At-Tabari. Open and read and laugh. At-Tabari even, he explained that he says it sank in a black mud. Not murky water. في حمأة طينة سوداء. وقرأ عمرو بن العاص في عين حمئة فأرسلنا إلى كعب فقال إنها تغرب في حمأة طينة سوداء. Amr ibn al-As, he reported that we sent to Ka'b and we told him that it sit in murky, muddy, hot, black mud. Do you see it? And he continues saying, and this is the earliest scholar who give interpretation for the Quran. Ibn Abbas said, Ibn Abbas, not me. Ibn Abbas said, يقرأ هذا الحرف, which means this kind of reading, في عين حمئة, ويقول حمأة سوداء تغرب فيها الشمس. So Ibn Abbas, you said Ibn Abbas give interpretation before them. Here we go. Ibn Abbas, he agreed that the sun set in a muddy water. In a muddy mud, sorry, in the mud. There's no water even there. And actually, in different reading, because this is why the Muslim, when they say the Quran is preserved, this is false. Because in different reading, the reading is Aynun Haramiya, which means hot water. وَكَذَلِكَ قَرَأَهَا الْحَسَنِ. Read with me. Not even one scholar mentioned in Al-Qurtubi said, including Ibn Abbas, that this was an appearance, but they confirmed that this is what happened. Read with me. And look what it says. وَالصَّوَابُ مِنَ الْقَوْلِ فِي ذَلِكَ عِنْدِي. Can you read for us and translate? Nightmare. This is the correct opinion. Al-Qurtubi saying that both reading, one of them have the correct reading, which means that the way they pronounce it, and the other one is not the correct reading. However, all of them, they agree that it is عين حارة ذات حماة وطين. So it is a hot spring which is hot and muddy. Do you see it? وهي أنها ذات حماة وطين. And this is where the sun set. So when the Muslims centuries after, they start making, and they start getting more knowledge and getting etc. So they start trying to correct it. But as you see, even Ibn Abbas, he say the same. And nowhere there it says that this was an appearance or from the eye perspective, as you say. And look, even he is quoting for you a hadith from your Prophet. This is where the sun set. In the muddy, hot water. You're my call. And you are the one who mentioned the earliest scholars, and the earliest scholars, obviously. This is the earliest scholar ever, and even Ibn Abbas, which was before him, but Ibn Abbas did not make a book. This is the first book, and he confirmed that it is a hot, muddy, black water. But I understand the Muslim today, they are trying to get away from this because this is very stupid. Muhammad is quoting a legend, making it as if it is his God telling him something nobody knows. But the fact, even the Quran mentioned many times that the Arab at that time, they said to him, well, this is the fabulous of all nations, this is legends. So you are giving us nothing but false stories. We know those stories. And this is why the verse saying he found it sitting in the muddy water. It doesn't say in the ocean. It doesn't say in the ocean. There's nowhere it says the ocean there. Nowhere. There's no sea, there's no ocean. It says Aynun Hamia. And this is something we ignore talking about, because Ayn is a spring of water, is not an ocean. And that will change the whole story. He didn't say in a hot sea. He said in the spring, there's a spring of water, and this is where the sun set. And the ocean is not a spring, and will never be and never was. And this is always the Muslims, something they try to play with, you know. And actually there's a different hadith, I'm trying to find it. Actually, I gave it to Nightmare before, I don't know if he saved it, about his prophet mentioning in the hadith, explaining the Aynun Hamia, which will get him busted badly. But for some reason I could not find it in the search. You see, I don't save reference, because if I want to save every reference I know, I will have in this bookmark. You're Michael.
Can I still be heard? Yeah. I don't want to miss this point, because I think this is a very, very important point that's not made nearly enough. Sort of a rare teachable moment, I guess. I don't want to let it be lost that scholar here got it wrong. Scholar here got it wrong. John Lane. The point being, to be honest, I'm not trying to accuse him of lying. Was a couple of points. I'm not trying to accuse him of lying. The main point is you cannot trust him with your salvation. That's the main point of any scholar. Scholar is just a man like you and I, you know, ordinary human being. He looks at it. Yeah, they spend a lot of time studying it, but they look at it, they make an interpretation, and they tell you what it means according to their own head. It's not enough to save you, and it's not enough to damn you. It's just another man's opinion. You have to take it as such. And so if you look at a verse, like, I'm not Muslim, I'm Christian, but still, we both have sacred scriptures. If you look at a scripture and you say, well, I think the scripture means A, B, and C. Well, and you say, well, somebody else says, well, it doesn't mean A, B, and C, it means D, E, and F. And you look at the scholar may say, well, it means something A, B, and C, like you believed at first. It's not enough for him to just say it means a certain thing, it means A, B, and C. He has to take you through the steps. He has to give you some fact
that already have that explains it to let you get there in your own head. You can't make a leap based solely off what a scholar says. And I hear a lot of appeal scholarship in Islam of a lot of different verses. A lot of going to what the scholars say. The other scholars have their opinions, but his opinion is not any more valid than anybody else that read into it and read the background sources and things like that. That's the first thing. You can't escape that, because that's going to come up in some other verses, actually in lots of other verses. You know, well, what do the scholars say? Yeah, the scholars may say that, but the scholar can be mistaken. You know, imagine if this verse is something different. You know, imagine if this was about the divinity of Jesus, or which now something has closer to do with salvation. Although every Quran verse goes directly to salvation, because it goes to the prophethood of Muhammad, which is he's the only prophet in Islam that gave any text that you reference. So he's the only one that matters. So I don't want that lost. Otherwise, I'll just reiterate again what the verse itself says. The fact that, you know, what's the fact? I don't know the dates of the tafsirs, but let's say it was 1,000 years ago. Still normal. It wouldn't have changed the fact. 1,000 years ago would have been just the same as now. Nobody could have walked toward the sunset. Nobody standing on planet Earth could have walked toward the sunset and then noticed to his own eye that he actually got closer to it. You know, it's not possible. You know, it's just not possible. I mean, so any scholar tells you that he just made a mistake. Understand, he's trying to apologize for the text. He's starting off with the belief and he's trying to justify it. And that's not a scholar's job. Scholar's job is to look at it as he sees it, the information, and then let it lead you to the conclusion. Let's see here. I will comment here. Nightmare said something to me in the text. It said, "You did trust because they wrote the Bible that you read." The apostles wrote the Bible that we read. The New Testament, I'm assuming that's what you mean. The New Testament. The apostles wrote the Bible, and we have umpteen thousand scrolls and things like that, manuscripts to back that up. I would point out that Muslims don't have ancient manuscripts. Like Christianity, they don't have it. And in the Hebrew tradition, they had manuscripts such to be burned. But I don't want to go there. I don't want to get onto that. I want to stay here on the sunset. The scripture here is clearly false. The tafsir that tried to explain it away are clearly false. In the tafsir's case, I'm not accusing them of lying. I'm saying that they're trying to apologize for the text, which is actually more dangerous. You know, if you just have a crooked tafsir and he's just trying to lie, deliberately tell you what he knows to be false to deceive you, he's just a deceptive person. He can be pulled out. I mean, because eventually liars expose themselves as liars, and you can pick them out. But somebody like this, a man who was fallible, but honest, those can be dangerous because they can mislead you, get you to the wrong place if you put too much faith in them, and then they have no power to save. So I do think these guys are honest. They honestly believe that Muhammad was a prophet, so they reinterpret their view of reality to fit what he says. Unfortunately, when you come to one of the people of the book, as you're directed to do, you know, Muhammad has to prove his prophethood, and he falls short. And that's when you see all the flaws of character and flaws of fact that CP keep pointing out when they present themselves and they actually condemn him as a prophet. That's all I've got. I'm kind of long-winded tonight. But for right now, the mic is free.
All right. Well, you know, at least Nightmare, he said that if this is really true, this will be very stupid. If really the Quran mean that the sun set in a murky water, muddy water, that will be stupid. And I hope he will find that very soon. So what do you think, Nightmare? Do you think really this will be stupid? It doesn't match what? Do you think really this is stupid if the Quran meaning that? If this is what the Quran meant? That will make your prophet is a false prophet if it is saying that the sun set in the water and this is a muddy water? Do you agree? If your prophet saying that this is what it's meant, do you agree that this will make your prophet a false prophet? You might?
Okay, you give me one hadith it says تحت العرش. Then you give me another hadith it says, you know, تحت العرش which means under the throne. Then you give me another hadith which is under the fire.
We mentioned all of those, and you don't want to accept that this is what it meant. My question is very simple. If this is really what the Quran meant, that the sun set in a murky water, do you agree that your prophet will be a false prophet? If this is what the Quran meant, and this is what your prophet meant, you might?
No, the Quran doesn't say that. Literally said, and it doesn't say that. If it's
no, Nightmare, not my question. My question, if this is what the Quran is saying, did I say the Quran says that yet? No, I'm saying because you refuse to accept that this is what it says. But if this is what the Quran meant, do you then admit that your prophet will be a false prophet? If this is what it meant, that the sun set in the muddy water, you might?
Of course, if it means physically, but it will be wrong, scientifically wrong, not acceptable. And you can use this with all prophets, not just the Prophet Muhammad. There are things that Jesus said, Moses, if it's correct. And
okay, that's enough for me. Guys, be my witness. He said this is of course. Did he say that? Did he say of course? Here we go. This is your prophet saying that it is of course hot spring water, and this is the hadith, and this is a sahih hadith. You just got yourself busted, and you got your prophet busted, and everybody heard you saying, if this is what it's meant, of course Muhammad is a false prophet. Everybody heard you, and it's recorded. It is in YouTube. So what you will do now? Are you going to be brave enough to leave Islam? Guys, did he say of course? Did he say of course? Did he say? My question was so clear. If this is what it's meant, do you agree that this will be proof that your prophet is a false prophet? He said of course, because this will be scientifically mistake, wrong. And this is what your prophet said, explain the verse, and this is his statement. And this is a sahih hadith. You're mine.
okay, give me the link so I can before I can comment on the hadith. I want the link so I can read it. Okay.
I don't have the link right now. Maybe next week. You just got your prophet busted. Who am I?
Actually, I'm not gonna comment on this hadith until I get the link. I read it by myself because
if I give you the link, what you will find? What you think you will find? Your mind.
If I got the link, then I will see who said that, and I compare it with the other hadith, because that hadith he said he was in the mosque. This one it says he was.
So it's time to play games. Well, here we go. This is the link, and the link says clearly that this is Sahih Hadith. This is what? Sahih Hadith. Everybody open the link and save the reference, please. And you tell me, does it say, guys, there Sahih Hadith? Does it say that? So don't waste your time. It is Sahih. So what the game now you play? You want to tell me it's weak? It says there clearly Sahih. People, does it say Sahih? Does the page there say Sahih? Or I'm fabricating things? It says Sahih, right? Clear. I'm not the one who's saying that. And this is not even my translation. The Prophet, he was riding his donkey. While the sun was setting, he asked, do you know where this is set? I replied, Allah and his apostle know best. He said, it's set in a spring of warm water. And he quoted the word exactly as it is from the Quran, Hamia, Hamia. And this is a Sahih Hadith. So come to the mic and be brave and announce that you are leaving Islam, because you said if this is really what it's meant, you will leave Islam. Or which means your prophet is a false prophet, which means you will leave Islam. Your mic.
Okay. Here, in this hadith, Abu Dhar, he said he was on a donkey. In another hadith, he said, no, he was in the mosque.
Stop being stupid now. That's not my business. He is in a donkey. He's under the donkey. Who cares? Your prophet said this. And the hadith says Sahih. I don't care if your prophet is riding a donkey or a limousine. You see, guys, how they play games? A second ago, I asked him if this is what it's meant. Do you think that this is a proof that Muhammad is a false prophet? He took the mic, he said, of course. But he was sure I will not find such a thing. He thought, I'm done. You don't know me. You don't know me, Nightmare. Here you go. You want to tell me your prophet is not smart and Ibn Kathir is smart. You want to tell me your prophet is not smart and Al-Qurtubi is smart. This is your prophet explaining the verse. It is a sunset in a warm water. What is the excuse now? You will tell me shish kebab, falafel, hummus? Your prophet is busted. Take it easy and take a leak over the Quran and leave this cult. What is more clear than this? Your mind.
Okay. I told you the two hadiths, they say, they contradict each other. Because here,
there's no hadith contradict anything, you idiot. Especially, let us say for the sake of argument, they do. As long as the hadith is sahih. Correct, guys? What is the excuse? The hadith is sahih. It's confirmed to be authentic, which means it confirmed that your prophet, he said that. That's what we care for. And what your prophet said is so clear that the sun set in a murky, dirty, muddy water. It is sahih. That's what we care for. It's authentic. You Muslims can't refuse it. You Muslims agree with it. You Muslim says, yes, our prophet, he said that. So now what the game is? Let us say, as you say, this hadith contradict others. But this is a sahih. It doesn't matter no more. Now they will make it weak. Just wait. You see the game they play? They say weak when they want. When it is sahih, they will run away from it. Leave Islam, Nightmare. Your prophet got busted by your help. Your mind.
Okay, I'm talking to an ignorant person. You are stubborn, ignorant, and stupid. You don't want to listen.
Right.
It says Sahih Hasan, idiot. There's a big difference between Sahih Hasan.
You made me laugh, Abdul. Sahih al-Sanad, that means the hadith is Sahih, you idiot. Because Sahih al-Isnad, that means it is a Sahih. Are you donkey or what? Because all the reference, all the chain is correct, which means they are authentic, so the hadith will be correct too. Otherwise he would say it is da'if. He says it is authentic. You know, do you know what Sahih means? It means Sahih al-Sanad, you idiot. Because in order to know if this is a Sahih hadith, we have to see if the one who report the hadith, they are authentic, trustworthy, or not. If someone he is known to be a liar, is not even going to be called weak, is going to be called rejected. Because weak is not even from someone he is not trustworthy. So this is confirm that the chain of the hadith, all the reference about it is absolutely correct. And everything there is said is a sahih. And again, this is Sunan Abu Dawud, which is a sahih, authentic book too. And it is sahih in Al-Albani. It's a shame, my friend. It's a shame. So you're a prophet, got busted, and the truth is revealed. And we will make you very famous in YouTube. You are already, actually. What I can say. I mean, that's amazing. That's really amazing.
Okay, he's saying that if this is really true, this is really stupid. If we believe that the sun is set in the Mercury of the water, that would be stupid.
Hold on, the mic is bad. Alright.
So, do you think this is really stupid?
Is it better now? Is it better now?
Do you think really this is stupid? This is
Oh, it's too loud. Hold on.
What is the prophet is the first prophet? If it is saying that the sun is set in the water and this water, this is the water, then if your prophet is saying that, this is what it's saying. Do you agree that this is the prophet, the first prophet?
Is it better now? Good now?
My question is very simple. If this is really what the Quran that the sun set in the murky water, do you agree that your prophet will be a false prophet? If this is what the Quran that is what your prophet is?
Of course.
My question, if this is what the Quran says, did I say the Quran says that yet? No, I'm saying, because only few to accept that this is what it says. But if this is what the Quran meant, do you then admit that your prophet will be a false prophet? If this is what it meant, that the sun set in the muddy water?
Yeah, the mic is close to the speaker. Sorry for that.
Of course,
Of course. That's it. Of course. Of course. We heard you saying, of course, it's going to be scientifically wrong. Of course. Of course, this will prove that Muhammad is a false prophet. He said that. So he agreed that if this is what it's meant, of course that will make his a prophet a false prophet. The mic now is low. What about now? Is it better now? Is it better now? Alright. So the question was, if this is what the Quran meant, that the sun set in a muddy water, do you agree that that will make your prophet a false prophet? He took the mic and he said, of course. and we get it proven. This is what it meant. Guys, I was playing a recording. What's wrong? What do you mean sound normal now? Sound. Oh boy. Your mic, Nightmare.
The problem is you don't know the ilm al-hadith. You never study what is the ilm al-hadith. You got 5 things, condition to be met in order to call hadith sahih.
Nightmare, get lost. Get lost. Stop playing your games. Because if there's one thing there about this hadith is not good, it should say this is a rejected hadith. Instead, your scholar says this is an approved chain, which means everything there is approved. For everything those guys, they say we approve it. None of those who reported the hadith are rejected. So not only one, not only two, not only three, many they reported the same story, and the chain of it is approved and sahih. So you got busted, your prophet got busted, and now what you will do? You have to say, this is how scumbagged this religion is. This religion, guys, is full of false stories, and the Muslims, they want to convince us that their book is full of shit. Excuse my language. And this shit is written by them about their prophet. So in order to protect their prophet, they say that we Muslims, we cover our prophet with shitty stories, and our prophet, he never said those stories. And remember, the one who collect the hadith, and the one who wrote the hadith, and the one who read the hadith, and the one who approved the hadith is a Muslim. Yet the story is a shitty story. Right? After all what we showed him, is still the story, it doesn't make sense for him. For sure it doesn't make sense. Like, name for me one thing Muhammad, he said it makes sense. Guys, did you say the reference? How many of you say the reference? If you look for it yourself, it will take you forever to find it. And this is what we do. We make the Muslims live in action. He think he is okay. So Christian Prince, he don't have anything. That's it. He is out of papers, and that's it. He have no more proofs. He have no more references. He give up. This is why I saved this one to the end, because the one is talking here is Muhammad himself. This is not the neighbor. This is not the friend of Muhammad. This is Muhammad. You're my call. We heard you, Nightmare. You said what you said. You don't accept this hadith. Don't accept it. Who cares? The scholars accept it, and nobody said that this is a weak hadith. And not only that, I can show you even this from the interpretation of the Quran. Do you want me to make you read it? Right? I can make you read it from the interpretation of the Quran. And by the way, this is the reading of Ibn Mas'ud, and this is the reading of Ibn Abbas. Look what it says. And you can find that in many interpretations. And even one of them is Muslims, they claim that he is a scientific scholar, scientist, Al-Razi. Even Al-Razi. You're my call.
One please. One please. Am I loud and clear? Okay, yeah. Nightmare, you're saying that the hadith contradict. You're not looking at them correctly. I'm not trying to say that the hadith don't contradict in terms of the exact detail, but there's a couple things you have to remember. With Islam and the Quran, we're talking about oral tradition that was codified later. So there's no guarantee, or I don't think anybody's making the assertion that this is just one incident that we're talking about. There's going to be at least two of them, because one of them you have the recitation of Quran verses, things that are put in the Quran, and then you have various hadith come along later, which no doubt would have taken place at a different point in time. But the thing is, when you have different pieces of information like that in different times, you look for the common thread. The common thread is that Muhammad believed that the sun was a ball much smaller than the earth, small enough to actually set in a place on the earth, physically land on the earth, that it was that small. If you look at that, that explains the verses and the hadith. That thing explains everything, which is how you should look at various information, various different sources, different places, different type of things like that. Put them together to see if you can find common thread in it. By the way, that's how when you look at the Christian scriptures, you come to the irrefutable point that Jesus is God. I mean, because you look at different books written by different authors, different places in time, physically different locations, and they all say God. The Gospels, what do they say? Jesus God. The epistles, what do they say? Jesus God. Revelation, what do they say? Jesus God. That's what they all say. Ones in Rome, what they say? Jesus God. Ones in the Middle East, what do they say? Jesus God. Once they go back in the other direction from Jerusalem, what do their traditions say? Jesus God. They all say the same thing. That's the way you should look at it. The preponderance of the evidence. That's just what you got. Different verses, different times. So when you look at that and you say, well, they contradict. Well, you're talking about hadith. You're talking about hadith, and different times they don't just have to line up exactly. They don't have to line up exactly, because you don't know if they're all claiming to report the same event. But what's clear here in all of them is that Muhammad thought that the sun, basically what he told you in the Quran is what he believed. The sun revolved, well, I don't know if he believed it or not. It's what he was trying to sell you. I'll say that much. I'll say that much, because Muhammad was false. So just because he reported that, he tried to sell that, that doesn't mean he actually believed it. But it's clearly what he tried to sell, that the sun was small enough to sit on earth, and it rotated and things like that, and it prostrated and such. But that's the way you should look at it. You look at all the evidence and look for the common threads. See, none of these verses contradict the idea that Muhammad thought that the sun was smaller than the earth. Much, much, much smaller than the earth. None of them. The notion of the reality that the sun is, that every place on the earth is as far from the sunset as every other place on the earth. Yeah. That idea is nowhere there. The evidence doesn't say that. So that's the one thing I wanted to point out, that you should look at all the evidence, look at all the hadiths and Quran verses, and look for the concepts that are common throughout them all. Pass your judgment on that. That's all I've got for right now. I've got to go. If you guys are on, in a couple of hours I'll be back on. So thank you. Mic is free.
All right, let us guys try to, if we want to take the mic, to keep in the same topic and not to change. because that will give the Muslims escape. Learn that, please. Ibn Salih is talking about paying a ransom. Ibn Salih, did your God pay ransom? Did your God pay ransom? Your mic?
Yes, also a beautiful loan. Ransom, beautiful loan, what else? There's a lot of things that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran.
Thank you. So your God Allah, He paid ransom to who? Your God Allah, He paid ransom to who? Your mic. You just, everybody heard you saying that Allah, He paid ransom. No, we are broadcasting YouTube, but under a Christian Prince account, guys. Tell your friends for the coming few months, 2 months from now, we will use a Christian Prince as an account to broadcast. Ibn Salih. So, your God, He paid ransom to who? Go ahead.
Ransom, what is your ransom? Will you discuss this thing properly, or are you going?
I don't know. I heard you saying this. Allah, He paid ransom. So you said Allah, He paid ransom, but you do not know. Okay, let me repeat the question again. Do Allah pay ransom? Do He pay ransom? Yes or no? Did He ever pay any ransom? I'm not saying a verse. I'm asking you. You are a Muslim. Did Allah pay ransom or not? Either you say yes, He did, or you say He did not. You're mine.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does not pay ransom. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does not owe anybody. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Thank you. Then read for me the Quran. Chapter 37, verse 107. It says that your God, Allah, He paid ransom. The mic is yours.
Let me read it for you and let me explain it to you very, very carefully. Surah As-Saffat. Let me get to it quickly.
He is doing poo-poo now under his panty.
إن هذا لهو البلاء المبين. Indeed.
What Bala Medina? What are you reading, you idiot? There's no such a thing there. Abdul, the verse in the front of you. It says Allah, He paid ransom. You are the one who came to our room who said that the one who paid ransom, the one who paid ransom for the God of the Greek. So your God Allah is paying. We are posting the verse in the front of you. Are you stupid or what? Everybody can see the verse. Chapter 37, verse 107. It says, and this is your Muslim translation, and we ransom him. And in Arabic it says, وَفَدَيْنَاهُ بِذَبْحٍ عَظِيمٍ. We ransom him. Yeah. Who is the one who ransom? Allah. Ransom who? He ransom Allah. He ransom from who? When you pay ransom, it means you pay someone else ransom. Allah is paying ransom to who? You mind. You see, a second ago you said Allah never paid ransom. Now you are saying in the text that Allah, He did. And you were making fun of those who pay ransom. So take the mic. Go ahead. Allah did not? Who is the one who says, and we ransom him? Who is the one saying that? You mic. Who's that?
Show me the word paid. Show me the word paid in there. Show me we paid the ransom.
Listen, Evan, I don't know I don't know your father he married from who, and your mother she married from who, but obviously you have a very bad lineage. Either your dad or your mom, they are stupid, and you are born stupid. This is your translation. This is your Muslim translation. I read the verse for you in Arabic. What more I can do? I gave it to you in Arabic. We gave it to you in English, and this is your translation. So what else we can do? Do you want me to give you the interpretation of the Muslim scholars? Do you want that? No problem. Let us go to the interpretation. Here we go. Let us do it. And you will be crying in a second from now. You will run from the room. Just wait. You will run. As usual, when we get them busted, they run. You came here to make fun of us, speak about, and then you do not know that your God, Allah, is the first to pay ransom according to the Quran, before anyone else. Right? Okay, let us see the interpretation for the verse. And this interpretation is not mine. Here we go. Allah sent sacrifice which was upon him to ransom Isaac or Ishmael, because the Muslims are not sure. Read it. And this is Tafsir al-Jalalain. This is how stupid this religion is. They are not even sure the ransom was for Isaac or Ishmael. So, what do you say? Your mic.
Doesn't say it went to a Greek god. Doesn't say the Greek god was paid a ransom.
Great. Allah, he paid ransom to who? Not for the Greek god. To who? Guys, it's not for the Greek god. It's for who? Can you tell us Allah he ransom to who? You might.
It means he was saved from.
It doesn't say we saved him. It says وَفَدَيْنَاهُ, we ransomed him. It doesn't say there. You speak Arabic, don't you? It doesn't say we saved him. It says وَفَدَيْنَاهُ. فَدَيْنَاهُ is paying ransom. You're mine. Do you want to show you from dictionary that the word fidya means ransom? I can show it to you in a second. Go ahead.
Fidya is also complete. Tell me what fidya really is. When you make a mistake, you pay a fidya. When you make a mistake, or when you want to. Can you please?
That's false. Now I will go with you. If you make a mistake, you pay a fidya. That means Allah is paying fidya for he made a mistake. Based on your argument, what is the mistake your God Allah he made to the point he need to pay fidya because he made a mistake? So Allah he made a mistake and he is paying fidya for a mistake? You might.
Allah is being merciful on the Prophet. So he's paid.
What merciful have to do with paying fidya for mistake? You are the one who said we pay fidya for mistake. Allah do not need to pay. To pay for what? Allah told Abraham to sacrifice his son, right? Regardless which one. Abraham will obey. Allah told him no need. So why he need to sacrifice? Why Allah need to give a ransom? He don't need to. Why? Why he did? He just told him, don't do it. That's it. So why he is giving sacrifice? Your mind.
Why are you being such a coward? Tell me that. Why can you not let the person speak? Why must you stop a person before he tells the truth to the room? And why can't I let everybody know how you're trying to fool?
And everybody knows that you are a donkey. Until now, I gave you the mic many times repeating the same question. Allah, he paid ransom to who? You said we pay ransom for mistake. Allah paying ransom for mistake? Why he paid ransom? He paid to who? His God. He paid himself? If this is the case, say yes, you're mine.
Every time you doubt me, all I'm going to do is type coward in the room. Okay? Do we have that clear? Now.
Okay, do it more, one more. Do it one more. Just for practice, you know. Type, what? Why you don't type? Okay, take the mic now.
I knew you like to play games. And you know I can play. So now you're scared of me. And the whole room knows you're scared of me. You can see the way you act. Allah, the Prophet obviously did something. So in order to rescue the Prophet, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave.
Which prophet did something? Who is the prophet who did something? You're mine. Who's that? You're mine. Coward.
The ransom was a reward. In the next verses it says, indeed we thus reward the doers of good. So when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Abdul, why you keep jumping like a monkey? You said the prophet, he did mistake. Who is the prophet who did that mistake and what the mistake? You're mine.
This was a test, it was a trial. And
I don't know, you change your mind in a second. You are like a rooster. A second ago you said the prophet, he made a mistake. Guys, did he say that? Did he say the prophet, he made a mistake? You said that. So who is the prophet who did the mistake? You're mine.
okay, let's read very quickly. The Prophet of Abraham, the son was Ishmael, and the ransom of the ram that came down from the sky. Is that good enough?
No, you said that he did mistake. What is the mistake he did? Blah, 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 coward. What is the mistake you mentioned a second ago, saying the prophet, he made a mistake? What is the mistake? You're mine.
I was wrong. I make mistakes, so
you were donkey. Because shame on you to say something, it's not right. So you were a donkey and now you are getting smarter. That's a good thing. Okay, now we go back from zero. So why Allah is paying ransom for the son of Abraham? He paid to who? What is the need of this ransom? What for? You're mine.
Everyone can see how scared you are of me. Everyone can see how scared you are of me. You are not allowing me to speak. You are extremely scared of me. So you do not allow me to say.
You don't answer. You see, I'm here to spank the Muslims. I'm not here to debate them. I never debate the Muslims. I spank them only. You will not answer. Let's give the mic to Nightmare. Nightmare, Allah ransom who and why he ransom? You're mine.
والفدية الجزاء ويقول جزيناه بأن جعلنا مكان ذبحه ذبح كبش عظيم وأنقذناه من الذبح. So فديناه mean we saved him from slaughter. That's what the scholars are saying. He didn't pay.
It doesn't say that. You are a liar. Read the Arabic you post for me. It says والفدية الجزاء. It's the penalty. So he paid penalty. So Allah, he paid the penalty. So there is a punishment should be happening, which is the slaughter. And Allah, he paid the penalty. What is the penalty? He paid a huge lamb. And he called it Azim, one of Allah's names. So why Allah need to do that? Here we go. He told Abraham, don't slaughter your son. The whole point is he's testing Abraham if he will obey or not. Okay, great. Abraham, he is going to slaughter. His son is obeying. Everything is fine. In the last second, Allah, he told him, don't do it. Still, why he need to give him a great sacrifice as penalty, or as to save him, as you claim, from slaughter? Why he need to do that? He does not need to do that. He just said to him, don't slaughter your son. I am the one who told you to slaughter him, and I am the one who says don't slaughter him. So why he is giving the ransom? Your mind.
Man, you fucking you make so much claims, you brag so much, but when Muslim debate, you take the mic from me. Okay, let me finish my point. Let me humiliate you before everybody. Okay, show you that you don't know Arabic. The word al-jaza in Arabic is not penalty. Jaza is reward. You're talking about soccer games. Soccer, they say.
First of all, the word is used there is not even jaza, it is fidya. Do you want me to show you, you idiot, the one who speaks that you claim to know Arabic, what the word fidya in the dictionary, which you like always? Do you want me to show you? We can go right now and see what fidya means. What do you think? Is that okay? In a second, we can find the meaning of the word fidya. And I will make you read it. Here we go. الفدية الفداء ما يقدم من مال ونحوه لتخليص أسير أو غيره. This is the first meaning. Come to the mic, translate, and explain. And I will give you the second meaning right away, and I will get you more busted. And this is the link. Here we go. Let me post the link. This is your Islamic website and your Islamic dictionary. What I said. الفدية ما يقدم من المال ونحوه لتخليص أسير أو غيره. Your mic.
Okay, and that means penalty. That's what it means. Hey, listen, there were scholars that I can't, expect.
Read. Are you getting busted? Let me show you what the penalty is. Here we go. Just to show you that you are a donkey like the rest of you. فداء كفارة ما يقدم لله جزاء لتقصير في عبادة الصيام 3 أيام أو فدية. So fidya is a jaza, and jaza here is not a reward, it's a penalty. If you do something wrong, you do kafara, which means Allah will forgive you if you do this. What do? You fast, as an example, for 3 days. Or you give something, like you slaughter an animal for the poor, whatever. So this is what fida mean. So stop lying, saying to me that the word jaza, it's mean a reward. It's not. It can mean in some cases, but here this is not a reward. Because this is a sacrifice from Allah, not to Abraham. This is not to Abraham. And this is why he called it Dhabh Azim. It's a great sacrifice. Why it's a great sacrifice? Because the one who gave the sacrifice is Allah. Now let us read what the Muslims scholars they say about this. This is a Jalalain, and this is the English translation. Read for me, Nightmare. Read for me, your mic. Here we go, and this is the link for those who want to have the reference. Go ahead. I want to see you, I want to hear you reading, your mic.
What I mean, in English, you gave me in Arabic. the word jaza in Arabic is not being.
I have no time for donkeys. This is an English room and you speak English. After you eat, I will give you the Arabic. What about you open yourself the Arabic one? This is an English room, and I am glad that the Muslim, they have a website translated Al-Jalalain. Open the Arabic and read it. Who's holding you? Why you want to sit in my lap and I have to give you everything ready? I just told you which interpretation. You are in the internet, type the interpretation of Al-Jalalain, the verse, and then you get the answer in Arabic. You are really, you are just a stupid, idiot, lazy guy. I have to give you the Arabic, I have to give you the English. It's not enough I'm giving you the interpretation. Which book? Guys, does it say there? Sit down, Nightmare. I'm done with you. Bunch of donkeys, come back. Guys, does it say there, we ransomed him? Does it say there, in the Muslim translation, we ransomed him? Does it say the word sacrifice? And does it say that Allah is the one who sent Jibreel, the angel Jibreel, with the sacrifice? The question is, Allah need to sacrifice to who? Is it clear? As long as it's a sacrifice, and this sacrifice is coming from Allah, Allah sacrificing to who? What do you mean it's not Allah, you idiot? What do you mean it's not Allah? Who is the one who sent Jibreel will sacrifice your donkey? If there is someone else in charge of Jibreel, is that Michelle Obama? Who is the one who sent Jibreel with the sacrifice? Take the mic, donkey, go ahead. Who is the one who sent Jibreel with the sacrifice? Who is the one? Your mic.
Allah ransomed Ishmael with the ram. Allah subhanahu.
You stupid donkey, just a second ago you said it's not Allah. And now in the mic you say Allah ransom. I mean, are you drunk? A second ago in the text you said it's not Allah who did the sacrifice. And now you are saying to me it is Allah who said the ransom. What is the ransom? A sacrifice. Which is a sheep, a great sheep. You're mine.
Are you losing your mind? I mean, are you losing your mind? Can't you speak properly?
No.
I mean, surely you can understand that the sacrifice is being made by Abraham. He's sacrificing Nabi Ishmael. But instead of sacrificing Ishmael, he was sent a ram.
You do not know English, you do not know Arabic, you are a donkey. It doesn't say that. Because Ishmael was not sacrificed anyway. He was not even harmed. To be sacrificed is to be killed. He's saved. Read with me. Do you see what it says there? Jibreel, peace upon him, brought it. And the Lord Abraham, the Lord of Abraham, sacrificed it. So the sacrifice was the great sheep. I'm giving you your Islamic interpretation. And this is Ibn Abbas. Let us see what Ibn Abbas is saying. And this is the Muslim translation. We ransomed him with tremendous victim, which means sacrifice. We ransomed him with a fat ram. Fat ram. The tremendous a victim is a fat ram. So the question is, why Allah is giving a fat ram to ransom someone? I will tell you what happened. The scumbag Muhammad, he stole the story from the Bible. And the ransom here is a story present what the Messiah will do for us. He will sacrifice himself for us. Otherwise, the whole story here doesn't make sense. Why Allah he told Abraham kill his son? Is God as a monster? Is he really ugly, asking people to slaughter their children? No way. The Muslim will say to you, it's a trial. That's false. Because God, supposedly, he knew that what Abraham, he will do. He will obey or not. So he gave him the order or not. He knew already that what will happen. So there's more than a trial. This is not about a trial. For God knew exactly what Abraham will do, if he will obey or not. So what this ransom is about. And if this is only about a trial, there's no need for the ransom, because Abraham, he obeyed God. God, he said to him, you are a good person, and that's it. Don't do it. And he don't slaughter his son. There's no need for God to send a ransom. And remember here that this ram is coming from heaven, sent by God, supposedly, down to earth. Do God grow ram in heaven, Ibn? Do your God Allah grow ram there? Your mic?
Your God went to Hades. Does your God grow Hades? Did your God grow like Hades? What are you talking about?
What? What he said? Grow what? You idiot. The verse saying that Allah, he sent down a ram. Allah, he sent down a ram. What is the ram doing with Allah? And why it's a ram? Why is it a camel? Why is it an elephant? Your mic.
Did your God send your God to a Greek God? Hmm?
Sit down, stupid kid. So the stupid Muhammad, the thief, he stole the stories from the Bible, and he tried to make it look different, but by doing the changes, he got himself busted. And remember here, the Quran used the word Azim. This sacrifice is Azim. Azim is one of the names of God, of Islam. He is Al-Azim. Why a ram will be a great sacrifice for God? It's just a ram. You know what I mean, guys, saying? When the Quran says that this is a great sacrifice, why does God, he call it a great, if it is just a ram? Imagine God, he think that a little fat ram is a great sacrifice. Are you guys making my point? What make it a great for God? God, this is the God who created the universe, and this is just a little ram. This is not a great sacrifice for God. This can be a great sacrifice for someone who is a poor guy, maybe like me, spending like $300 to buy a ram, a sacrifice. That's a lot of money for me. But we are talking about God. It's like, guys, it's like, imagine Bill Gates, and nowhere we are not comparing God with Bill Gates, right? But imagine Bill Gates, who owned, I don't know, $60 billion, I don't know how he owned, and then he gave a goat. And then he say, today I made a great donation, it's a goat. That would be funny. Are you getting my point? You know what I mean? If the one who is giving the sacrifice is so rich and so wealthy, and then he called a ram great sacrifice. So this can't be just a ram. For the one is giving the sacrifice is the great God. This is nothing for him. So what made the ram a great sacrifice? The great sacrifice is the Messiah. Otherwise, there is nothing great for God. For he is the great. He is himself, he is the great. Nothing is equal to him, and nothing greater than him, and nothing is great for him actually, because all of this is his made. Imagine little sheep is something great to God. That's weird. Everything there point to the Messiah. And the Muslims, because they are thieves like their prophet, They stole stories from the Gospel, from the Old Testament, they put it in the Quran, and like donkeys, they have nothing to do with it. But the story there is very clear. And this is why all the stories which is stolen from the Bible doesn't make sense in the Quran. As an example, why Mary, she gave birth to as a virgin? If you ask the Muslim, he will say it's a miracle. What? That's it? Just God, he make miracle for what? How in the world this miracle will help anyone? My mother, she can claim that she gave birth to me and she is a virgin. Here we go. That will not help anyone, and there's no way to prove it. Do we agree, guys? Any woman, she can claim that she is a virgin. There's no reason for it. It doesn't make any difference, and there's nobody will know really that this is true. So what's the point? The only way to make the story make sense is what is the Bible is saying, that Jesus is from above. He is a son of no man. This is why he is born of a virgin. That will make sense. Otherwise, the Muslim need to explain to us why all mankind after Adam, they are born from a male and a female, except Jesus. Why? He is just a prophet. The Muslim, they say he is just a prophet. Why only Jesus? Well, there's 124,000 prophets according to Islam. Why only Jesus is born from a virgin? And the stupid Quran maker, he said to you, well, the similarity of Jesus is the same as Adam. That's false. Adam is not born. Adam is from mud. Jesus is not. Even the Quran says in chapter 4, verse 171, that Allah, he sent Jesus, which is the word of God, down to earth. Right? But Mary had to be a virgin because the original sin transferred through the middle. No, this is not the reason. This is not the reason, really. You see, Mary, she delivered the birth of Jesus, but Jesus is not from Mary anyway. If you know your Bible very well, you should know that the Word became a man, not the egg of Mary became Jesus. Is that correct? Is that correct, guys? So Jesus himself, he had nothing to do with Mary. He is born of Mary. He is a son of Mary by birth, but he is not from Mary, and he exists before Mary. Before Abraham, I am. Mary does not even exist. So the existence of the Messiah has nothing to do with the Messiah. No, there is no egg. This is a fiction. Because if you say there is an egg involved and etc., it means that Jesus is a son of the man at the end, because he is born from a woman, and a woman, she is born from a man. The reason for the Messiah to be born of Mary, for he is going to be born between the Jews, as the promise that the Messiah will be from the Jews, from between the Jews. And he came to his people, and his people rejected him. Yeah, virgin means a virgin. Virginity here is not only about her never been touched by anyone. It means she is the best of women in this earth, and she chosen by God, for she is a virgin, which means she is a pure woman. Many people, they think that virginity is only about a private part. Many women, they can do all kinds of sexual activities and still virgin, and they are not virgins. Is that correct? So the true virginity is you staying pure, obeying God, and this is what Mary was. So she is a virgin physically, yes, and she is virgin spiritually, which means she is obeying God, full obedience. Well, you know, you see a partisan, No, a married woman is not pure, same as a married man is not pure too. Because sexual activities will not make us pure. And this is why Jesus is not coming from sexual relationship. If this is the case, then Jesus will be the Son of the Man. There's no need for him to be born of a virgin. Why he's born of a virgin? As long as you can be pure and you are born of a man and a woman having sex. Anyway, I'm talking to myself, look like it. Do we have any Abdul? Don't show me anything, Partisan. Look like I'm talking about something, you talk about something else. Do we have any Abdul here? Even the Jews, because they are ignorant, Jesus, he corrected them. This is why some naive Christians, you ask them, is Jesus a Jew? They say yes. How many of you saw a Christian saying to you that Jesus is a Jew? I'm sure many of you saw that. And maybe even some of you still believe in that. But how Jesus can be a Jew if he is the God of the Jew? How Jesus is a Jew when he exists before the Jews exist? He have nothing to do with the Jews, my friend. He is the King of Kings. He is the Alpha and the Omega. For him and by him everything was created. So the naive one, they try to frame Jesus and say he was a Jew. He was not. This is why you see Jesus says to them, it was said to you what I say to you. Who is the Messiah to say it was said to you what I say to you? That is the Word of God, which has the authority. It's been said to you. Say to you who? The Jews. But I say to you, I am not of you. I am the one who is your king. I am the one who is your Lord. It's been said to you by my messengers before. And I say to you the following. Many of the Jews actually, they somehow they resemble the Muslims today with their stupidity. Do you remember when the apostles of Jesus, they were grabbing some vegetables and they said to him, how you do that in Saturday? How you allowed your followers to do that in Saturday? What Jesus said to them? What the Messiah he said? He said the law is made for the man, not the man is made for the law. Is that correct? So imagine all those rabbis, they did not get it. They think that the man is made for the law. This is exactly what the Muslims think. We have to pray, we have etc. You know, the man is made for the law. The man is worshipping the law, is not worshipping God no more. But the fact the law is made for the man, for the benefit of the man. God do not need this law. This law is made for us, for our benefit. God do not need Saturday to pray for him in Saturday. This was for our benefit. God did not want us to eat certain food, not because he hated that food, but that because of our benefit. This has nothing to do with God needs. The law is made for the man, not the man made for the law. Well, Partisan, you know, when you post this verse, it make me laugh when the Christian they post some verses and they have no idea what they are posting. The answer will be for you from what Jesus said. Then Jesus says to the Jews, what do you say of the Messiah? They said he is a son of David. Then the Messiah, he said to them, if he is a son of David, then how the Messiah, how David he called him Lord? Is that correct? So he is descended from David by birth from Mary. but he is not from Mary and he is not from David, and Jesus himself is telling you that. So by birth, yes, he is from David, but he is not from David. So if you want to understand that by birth, that will be fine. But if you want to be naive and you think he is from David, that's mean you are really, really far away from knowing what the Bible is saying. If the Messiah is saying to you, how then David called him my Lord? If he is the son of David, it means the Messiah, he refused such a title. So when the Bible reports for you such a phrase, he is talking about Jesus by birth. He is from David, but he is not. By birth he is. Even the Bible says that Jesus is the son of Joseph, but all of us, we know that he is not the son of Joseph, but by birth he is. Correct? No, he is not asking questions who they are, rhetorical. He is asking questions to debate them. The same as I'm doing right now. Showing people that they are ignorant and they are stupid. And he mentioned that to you, so you remember that he refused to be called son of David. And remember that to be the son of David is a big honor for the Jews. Anyone you call him son of David, this means he's qualified to be a king. That's the greatest honor a Jew he can reach, to be called the son of David. But the Messiah, he refused to call himself the son of David. Instead, he showed them that David, he called him Lord. He is the Lord of David. For he is the son of Joseph too. I don't know. Sometimes people, they are really crazy. Jesus let people call him the son of David because by birth he is. What, he will throw stones at them? But in the same time, he gave them answers. He said, if the Messiah is a son of David, then how David called him Lord? What's wrong with you? So he gave them the correct answer, that he is not a son of David. If Jesus agreed that he is a son of David, so what's the point of this verse? Why he said to them, if he is a son of David, then how David called him my Lord? That means the Messiah don't agree to be called the son of David, but people call him. For by birth he is. So is the son of David is eternal? No. Is the son of the man is eternal? No. Who is the eternal? Is the word of God. That is the Messiah. David is not and have nothing to do with the Messiah. You see, guys, you make the Messiah so little when you say such a statement. You are disrespecting actually the Messiah. David is a big, fat sinner. Do you know that? Who is David to the Messiah? Shame on you. Shame on you to connect the Messiah to David. Who is David? Many of you here are better than David. Do you know that? No, there is shame for the Christians to connect the Messiah to a sinner man. The Messiah told you, I am not the son of David. He said that clearly. He debated the Jews about it. He showed them that even David called me Lord God. Anyway. Any Abdul here? This is not about metaphorical, my friend. This is about, okay, you see, Jesus by birth. Why the Jews did not try to stone Mary? If Mary, she's born, she gave birth to a baby, and she is not married, she will be stoned, correct? But they did not, because she is married. The engagement in the Jewish law is equal to marriage. The difference is there is no sexual relationship yet. But legally she is his wife. So when she got pregnant, none of the Jews was angry or saying accuse her of anything, because simply she is the wife of Joseph. So because she is the wife of Joseph, by birth he inherited the names of Joseph and the names of Mary. But all of us, we knew that he had nothing to do with Joseph and he had nothing to do with Mary. If you want to make Jesus limited to the Jews, that will make you very naive and will make the Muslims be happy. Why? Because then they will say to you, okay, so before Jesus was born, where was the Trinity? Correct? If Jesus was exist only after his birth, it's mean before that there was no Trinity. If Jesus really is from David, that's mean he is exist after David. It doesn't make sense he exists before David, but he's from David. Are we following, guys? So he is from David by birth, but he is not from David. When he said before Abraham I am, the Messiah is telling you that my existence has nothing to do with my birth. How he can be the Alpha and the Omega? How he can be the beginning and the end? How he can be exist before everything is created, if he is from David? So don't make the Messiah small. You know, there's many Christian churches, they have an obsession with the Jews. The Jews, the Jews, the Jews, the Jews. So here we go, David. You know, he is not. He is the king of David. He is the Lord of David. Who is David? Don't be the same as those who, you know, have a certain obsession with Israel. Israel as a nation is a sinful nation. Right now, you go to any church, you will not find anyone speaking about the sin of Israel. They speak about our sin, our sin, our sin, but nobody will talk about the sin of Israel. And you go to Israel today, it's a land of gay and lesbian. They have the biggest festival of gays and lesbians in the world. Where is Israel? Those people, they never learn yet that God can punish them. If you have a state, doesn't mean that you are protected, my friend. You are protected when you are with God. And you are not when you are against God. Are we going to learn? And the Jews until now did not learn their lesson. I don't know if people understand me. Any question? There's many Christians are the same as Muslims. They are copy-paste. You go to a church right now, you say to them, do you know that Jesus, he ordered us to buy swords? They will say, what? I never heard this before. Because they want to quote for you only what they like to quote. How many times you heard your priest saying, the one Jesus said, the one who slam your right cheek, give him the other cheek? This is the verse they keep repeating. But they will never quote for you that Jesus said, the one who don't own a sword, go and buy one. Why? I will tell you why. Because through centuries, the kings, they used those false priests to control the population. They want you literally as a sheep. Well, Jesus, he taught us to be peaceful, yes. And Jesus taught us to be grateful, yes. And to be obedient to the kings, yes. But Jesus never taught us to be obedient to bad kings. They will quote for you a verse saying that kings are chosen by God. That's false. Doesn't say that. Read carefully. I can give you a great story proving this is what the Bible says. Do you remember, guys, someone all of us we appreciate? His name is John the Baptist. Do we remember still the name? John the Baptist. Am I heard? What John the Baptist did? Why he lost his life? What happened? Because he did not obey a bad king. Is that correct? Is that true? Otherwise, he will not be killed. He will live. Is John the Baptist a bad person? Is he? Absolutely not. He's a wonderful man. So, through centuries, kings, they use false priests to control the Christians and make them as a sheep, literally. And they want them to obey the kings. And they use certain verses from the Bible to make you subdued. The same as Muhammad, he used the word, what he called his God, to make his Muslims subdued to him. They obey him blindly. So they quote only what they want, but they will never quote to their Christians a verse saying that Jesus says go and buy a sword. They will never give you that attention that when there is a bad king, you don't obey him. They will mention to you a verse saying that those who are kings is chosen by God to rule on us. But they will not explain to you that John the Baptist, he was a great man, a great prophet, who disobeyed a bad king and chose to obey God. So be aware of false, not only false prophets like Muhammad, false priests who try to mislead you and try to make you subdued to kings. If a king right now, he says to me, you are not allowed to worship Jesus, should I obey? What do you think, guys? Should I obey? If he says to me, I forbid you from being a Christian, should I obey? No. So what the Bible says about obeying kings? Obeying kings as long as they are obeying God. If they are not, we oppose them. We give what to Caesar and what to God. And what Caesar wants, we pay him tax. We obey the law. But we will not disobey God to make the king happy. So if the king says it's okay to be a gay, we say to the king, no, God says no. This is his law? No problem. But we are obedient to our Lord and should not be ashamed of what our Lord taught us. When the king, he says you can do abortion and kill your baby, we say no. We are not going to do that. And we will never do that. We will not obey the king who said such a thing. For killing babies is a crime. I just saw the news right now about Trump. This is the guy everybody hates. Do you know what he said today? Guys, last year, the filthy Obama, he brought 38,000 refugees. Guess how many of them are Christians? Not even 600. When the Christians in Syria, they are the most discriminated people. Trump today, he said the refugees who will come first to America is going to be the Syrian Christians. That is a good king. For this is justice. You see, I'm not against refugees to come from anywhere if they are really in need, even if they are Muslims. But the one who are discriminated and killed for their cross and for their religion is the Christians, not the Muslims. Muslims are not killed because they are Muslims. Muslims are killing each other. It's not the Christians are killing the Muslims. So how come you bring all the refugees and they are Muslims, but you don't accept the Christians? For the scumbag Obama, he is one of them. Those who need the refuge, we don't give them. So there's many signs of bad kings, my friend, and we will not obey the bad ones. There's no king can force me to be a gay. And there's no king can force me to do abortion for my wife or my daughter. And there's no king will make me promote their faith. And actually, I'm so happy today to see a huge crowd in Washington, D.C. I think tomorrow is going to be even bigger. Tens of thousands going in the street to show the world that we are against abortion. Imagine those filthy who strike a week ago. They forbid the pro-life from being part of their protest. So who was in the protest they have? Gays, lesbian, pro-abortion and killing babies, and Muslims. And that is telling you the whole story. Imagine, guys, Muslims who hate gays, who hate lesbian, who hate even abortion, they are protesting with those who do this. You see how much hypocrite they are? You see what I'm saying? Well, I'm not against anyone who want to be a gay. This is his business. But you see, it's an insult for me to come to me and says to me, you are gay. I will tell you why. Imagine you go to shake hands with somebody, and he says to you, I sleep with women. Like what? Why you are telling me you sleep with who? When a guy, he says to you, I am a gay, he's telling me he sleep with who? Is that correct? You know what I mean? Do you need to tell me what do you do in the bed? This is something private. You are gay. You do not need to come to me and say to me, I'm gay. Imagine we go around and we shake hands. It says, I am a guy who like women. Okay, I sleep with women. And then you say to me, oh, I am a guy who sleep with men. I am a guy who is a pedophile. This is disgusting. Sexual activity should not be a name or a title for a human being. It's insulting, actually, for him. Respect yourself as a human and tell me your name. You don't tell me that you are gay. This is your business. What do you do in your bedroom? This is your private life. What do you eat? What do you drink? You want to sleep with men? Go sleep with men. But you know, Christians, this is how you know if there is really someone he is a real priest or he is a real person. You know, ask him questions about gays and lesbians. If he starts saying to you, God love everybody and blah 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 and blah blah, he don't want to give you an answer. It means he's a false person. He's the same as Muhammad. Muhammad, he made the verses about gays and lesbians. And he never said kill them in those verses in the Quran. And when the people, they complain because the number of gays and lesbians are increasing, especially gays, they came to him, they said, Prophet, there's a gay in every house in Mecca. He said, what do you want me to do? He said, order them to kick them out. So they said to him, okay, we will kick them out. What about the gay in your house? He himself, he have a gay in his house. And he himself is a gay. This is why, for me, I am so happy that Trump, he became a president. Trump, he changed the history of America. That is the truth. Those liberals, they felt they control us and they control America forever. And this is why they went so mad when Trump he won. Because they felt that if God, he flipped everything on them. They thought they have the key and they have the door. They thought they own the highways and they own the roads and they own the government and they own the departments and they own the mayors and they own the cities and everything is under their control. And then in a second, everything changed upside down. This guy, Trump, seriously, he's amazing. And I have a lot of respect for him. Everything he said, it was not a false promise. Everything.